Let's go. Take 4. Yeah. $9.59. Okay. Let's get this back in here. Gagan Deep house. Gagan Deep is in the house. $9.59. Welcome everyone. Edit our film. Disciplined. And from there, we're going to have an awesome, amazing film to watch. Let's give people time to settle in. In the meantime, I want to show you something. Just get people in. Is that not it? Okay. Okay, be that. Okay. Okay. I do want to show you something that's really always inspiring me. And this book is completely free on anywhere on Google. It's a PDF, and it's called Notes on. Did my feed? Oh. Okay, Notes on Cinematography by Rabbi Brasson. He's an amazing, incredible director, French director, 1930s to the 1980s. Made like I think 9 films. And he wrote this incredibly concise book, but it goes on beyond anything. It just goes on everything with images and image making and image sequencing. And the way he says it is so beautiful and poetic, but also so real and concise. It's a lot longer because they're so nicely formulated. And I'm just going to read a few of them. Also, Rabbi Brasson was a big proponent of using only real people, no actors, because acting is fake, and he was only looking for truth. So, and if you look at any of his films, he removed any emotional tone in dialogue and intuition, and he made everybody talk at a very monotone rhythm. And it's so strange at first. Why can these people act? And then you remove yourself. You're like, it's actually really interesting because they're just moving through space, and now he's talking only in images. Completely different way of evolving the world, and he's one of my favorites. But let's just take a quote here. What page was it on that I had? Um, it was on page 5. Okay, page 5. Uh, um, Cinematographic film where expression is obtained by relationship of images and sound and not by mimicry done with gesture and intuition of voice, whether actors or non actors, one that does not analyze or explain, that recomposes. So it just shows there how he's not into actors. Mimicry, right? Mimicry done with gestures and intuitions of voice. So he just says that that's fake. Um, a cinematographic film is where expression is obtained by relationship of images and sound, and not by mimicry. It's to be transformed by contact with other images, as is contact with other colors. A blue's not the same blue beside a green. Quote so many times because it stuck with me, and I always use this because if you do look at color, a color next to another color is not the same. As he's saying, a blues. And I love this last quote. No art without transformation. And I really stay true when oh, I was on this. I remind myself that when I'm making films, art without transformation, and so that's what we want to see always. You know, when you're making a story, anything like it could be a 30-second story to a feature film. Always, what do we start off with, and what are we transforming into? Because that's the story. There has to be a transformation. No art without transformation. So good. Oh, okay. I'm here. Okay, you guys are awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna read a bit more of those later on. But we have a lot of work to do. We got a lot of work to do. We're day 5. We're day 5, and it's been a wild marathon. I'm not gonna lie. I stayed up afterwards. We were done the 8-hour session, and I kept polishing the cut. That tomato sequence was really bothering me. Was on not bothering me. What I wanted to work it out. I was working it out in my mind, and I'm like, I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait. I just want to do it so I could show it when we come back. So I did actually put a few more hours into it, but it actually now I really enjoy it. I'm going to show it to you with this new sequence that you haven't seen, so brand new. And I hope what you think is it really helps out clearing up that dialogue, which I was always so hesitant of going into. And so that's what we're going to do. Get in there, and I'm just switching back to my DaVinci Resolve. So let's open up your DaVinci Resolve, and we'll get into our sequence. Okay. Awesome. To everybody that is following along, and Rushi's in the house. Hello, Rushi. Great timing, Rushi. Welcome. Day 5. You know, we just read a few quotes here from one of my favorite books, Notes on Cinematography, and we'll do more of those. But I was just explaining that we're now going to do some more polishing, and we'll have a few special here in Sudbury. 35 short films he's done. He came by, not just short films, just a variety of length. So not just short films. And I've actually done a 60-minute documentary with him. So he's, I know his career spans decades, and uh, yeah, he's really amazing. Knows a lot of stuff. So I showed him the cut that we had, and he provided such valuable feedback. He said he wasn't sure that the boy was dead. JC was pouring the cup into his mouth. He's like, "Oh, I finally got it that the boy's dead." And in my mind, I was always justifying that, oh, there'll be sounds and I'll add some visual effects to show he's, the skin has peeled and there's flies. But ultimately, it's still there was no imagery to support that the boy was dead. It was a really refocus of okay, the first scene really needs to feel tense and like people are grieving. And so we restructured the starting like that, and I'm really happy that Frank came by. So I'm that much more excited to hear other people's opinion now that we've fixed that in some ways. Anyways, it may be fixed, maybe not. So, but at least now we have that. I didn't even consider it. That's why. Because to me, I'm like, oh, this shot means automatically that the boy's dead. And so we end up going back into our source footage and found a few seconds before the shot changes, but 3 seconds of just Dexter in the room alone with the shrine with the candles and the flowers, and it looks more like it's now a dead body than before it was a close up of him. So, and we don't ruin that close up. So, in that way, okay. So we still haven't put all the music, or any music or anything like that. There's still a very much in his rough cut stage, and that we're finding the story. So 11 minutes now. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what. Why is there's something weird here? Oh, this is not supposed to be there. That's why. That didn't make sense. I'm like, how did we get to 11 minutes? I brought it over. So we did duplicate, though, a lot of timelines. So we're at now rough cut 3 timeline. And so we could always go back to the other stuff, but move forward. And let's see here. You want to thank everyone for being on this live stream. And I can't say how much fun I've had in the last 4 days and now going on to our 5th day. It's so fun for me in this project and just give my full concentration, my full focus to it, which is what it always needed. And I want to mention that this film was shot 2 years ago, and only to my procrastination that it did not get done. And I just want to, as you schedule it, put it in your calendar, say that you're going to do it, announce it to the world that you're doing a live stream for 40 hours, whatever you have to do. But you need to make sure that action gets done, or else it's not going to get done. And sometimes you need to say that I know I could have done, I know that you guys could have done, I'm sure. And sometimes sacrifice to invest in yourself will go a long way, right? No pain, no pain, no gain. Progress, discipline. You know, it's a mental mind game, and the fact that everyone was here always at 10 a.m. and going strong till 6 has a really no art without transformation, right? So give yourself, you know, some credit and say that holy smokes, I got this far, and now I'm not going to give up. And not only that, but the better because we put in the time, and it deserves it because man, the people that worked on this, the cast and the crew, did such a spectacular job for 2 days that they shot on the hottest day of summer. And Sunbelt Rentals gave us some gear. We had a 1967 Mustang from Guy Belanger who just wants to see his car on screen. You know, we have Dexter, we have Nev, who are rising stars, and this is going to help them out. And so many other things that once this film is done, it could really help out everyone, but we need to finish it. And that's probably the case with your project, right? Whatever you're working on, it's going to do so awesome for you, for everyone around you, for the people that worked on the project, being in your hard drive as just clips on your hard drive that you should. So let's get into it. I'm just going to check my live feed one sec here before I go in. Okay. Nice. Okay. And I'm checking YouTube here. All right. We good. We good. Thumbs up. Awesome. And I'm going back into DaVinci Resolve now. We're gonna watch the cut with the tomatoes now. Okay. With the tomatoes. With the tomatoes now. So we are still at 940. It was just that cut that was okay. I'm gonna zoom out. I'm gonna bring it back here. I'm gonna load some. What is this here? What is that? That doesn't belong there. Okay. And I'm gonna load. I'm so excited to see this again. You know, I went to bed just like basically worked on it until I was too tired to do anything else. But now I'm excited to see it again because it's refreshed. I'm gonna switch the screen. Video clean. Okay. 3, 2, 1, action. So there's going to be B here, and now it's going to be wind sound. Mary. It's been 4 days. Avery, what do you got there?
Let me tell you a little story about tomatoes.
Just tell you a story about
There was
tomatoes.
once a gentle, humble gardener who grew the most beautiful, precious tomatoes he could. But what had happened was that
You can have
that they wouldn't go after his
some
tomatoes.
insects here.
So he tried everything, but nothing worked.
Tried everything, nothing works.
And he didn't do anything. But then something miraculous happened.
What happened?
Well, what had happened was the
And
insects
grass.
lost flowers, so they started going after that, and they left his tomatoes alone. So they thrived, and the gardener was very happy because his tomatoes were the juiciest tomatoes he's ever seen.
We hear a car. That's how I got out of that scene now. I found a turn from Avery. He's digging up the whole house here.
We've been waiting. I'm
We're
ready.
waiting, ready.
This thing out. You can't smoke
Put this thing out. You can't smoke
You wanna
cigarettes.
see him?
We'll have flies flying around his head, I think. VFX. You hear his boots.
Can't believe you found the key.
I believe find a cane. There, it's not too late to call it off.
I don't want to call this.
I don't want to call it off. You have your money back. I want my son back.
I don't want
He's dead.
to back.
I'm getting him back. Jean-Claude cannot bring him back. He has to. We really got to make it so tense, right? With the music and death. What? Bring him back? What? Is this a thing? Your stupid party trick?
Dead.
He's dead.
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 Body.
The body is separate from the soul. I like her face here, like just the reaction to it. So genuine. I believe. I believe. I gotta hear some perfume sound. Psh, psh, psh. missed you. I definitely have to make it sound more. We're like, gotta add some more. I need to make that beat. I need to fix that beat. So right now there's a VFX shot where the body's transforming into plant. So wherever you see Dexter's body, he's turning green into plant, literally like a plant. Not a giant plant, but like there's grass and wildflowers are starting to bloom, and there's actually a bee. Right, we start off with a bee, we end with the bee. She captures a bee, and that's fun. That's fun. But before everybody comes, because then in the early afternoon there'll be multiple people that'll come, and now we just keep polishing it so there's no bumps. Well, as many bumps, because right now there's still a few bumps with the, obviously with the dialogue, with the sound. You know, seeing it again, let me know in the comments. I do check them every 10-15 minutes. I'm just gonna let check 10 15 minutes. Okay. No, but I'm gonna keep polishing and just make it smoother. Obviously, the music is such a big one. I reached out to a potential composer. Oh. Press record on everything. Okay. It's okay. This is where it starts. Day 5. Okay, press record. I need to record on OBS. Start recording. Okay. All right. So we're going to keep polishing. It's 10. We really want to get a nice, yeah, right. Larry, can't wait. Larry says, can't wait to see with the soundtrack. That's it. Like right now I have something to fill in the blank, but it definitely has to be ominous or darker tone, but that could go up and down with the action and then slow down. I've reached out to a potential composer. I will be sending him the rough cut today. This is great. What do you think? And the person could start getting to work on it because we already did the work, right? It's way more motivating for a composer to be like, I'll start working on something, but you don't have anything or barely anything. It's like, no, I'm waiting now for your music. So, and he might have, but I don't want to put out names just because I don't know who the composer would be, and he hasn't officially agreed. So maybe he doesn't like the film. He's like, no, or doesn't want to do it. I don't know. So we'll see. But I have reached out to one, and we'll be reaching out to more if he's not interested or has different ideas at all. One of the ways that we will know that people are grieving is by the soundtrack, sound mix, and music combined together. So I want to use something like the fan motif as well, like Apocalypse Now, Colleen in slow mo by the fan. And maybe that's kind of like I always picture or hearing fans, because it's so hot. So I don't know, that might be really annoying. So this is the shot that we found. If you look close, he is breathing in it. I'll basically clone this shot and then keep it going on the rest. So make the bot freeze and then everything else, the candles flicker. So there is some cleanup to do. There's going to be a lot of VFX shots on this. You basically in a lot of the scenes, just a little touch here, touch there, but I really want to lean into the magical surrealism, and that's why. So this is shot like a Dogma 95 film, but with a bit more stuff like that found. So everything else, the script, location, props is there, but it's shot like a Dogma 95 film in the sense that it's just linear. And I guess now the tomatoes wouldn't be acceptable in a. It's there to make you feel like you're there, like it's really happening, and it feels so real, especially with the 60 frames per second, which also enhances the reality of it. It makes it crisper, meaning it looks that much more real. And so by adding VFX shot in something that is already very grounded in reality, it's going to really, I feel, make the film that much more magical. Okay. By the way, I'm standing up, day 5, standing up at my stand-up desk. I hope you have a comfortable workstation to do these 8 hours every day. And if you don't have a stand-up desk, well, I suggest definitely standing up a few times, making a good stretch. The curving of the spine is what really degrades our health over time. So really, you got to stretch out that spine. Okay. Just want to triple check we're rolling here. Okay, we are. Okay. Where to begin? So I want to make sure the audio pops. I feel like there was a few scenes where the audio wasn't placed in there. So I'm going to work on this a little bit.
Did you know that flowers and vegetables cannot exist without a tomato
This
flame?
kind of trails off.
Let me tell you a little story about tomatoes. There was once a gentle, humble gardener who grew the most beautiful, precious tomatoes he could. But what had happened was there was an infestation. So he tried everything so that that they wouldn't go after his tomatoes. So he tried everything, but nothing worked. So he gave them all hope, and he didn't do anything. But then something miraculous happened.
So all of these tomato shots, I know you can't really maybe see that well. They're all going to get VFX. So like here's where my thinking is. So these tomato shots, she's talking about it in slow-mo, touching the tomatoes. And I tried to put all the green tomatoes. So I zoomed in quite a bit on some shots, which is fine. I do want it to make it dreamier anyways. So it's okay if the footage is a little soft. So So, and then I transition into insects on these tomatoes. And she says, "Oh, but then he lost all hope, and I'm going to have more wild flowers, the grass in front of the lens here." So it will rack focus from foreground in Blender. I could do easily there, and the same thing here will be a foreground out of focus with an insect, and then rack to there, and then the same thing, showing that the insects are on the grass and the wildflowers instead of on the tomatoes. And then we see again touching the tomato. And then it kind of ends on this like vine shot that goes through grandma. I just like this one. I think that's interesting. Maybe can't see it on the live feed. With color as well, the contrast will really, I really want the green to be green and the red to be red, which will be. They're so red, these tomatoes. This is not even color graded, and look how much saturation there are in this red. So it will really pop. So let's just see the sound on here. Okay, let's just boost that up a bit. I know you have my music in the background here. I'm just looking them. Again, we will obviously do the master later on. Or sound, like, we have barely touched on sound. Okay.
It's with the juiciest tomatoes he's ever.
So I'm going to do a little, just, if you go into your audio, so inspector, there's video audio. If you go in your audio, there's AI voice isolation. It will remove all that background. And sometimes you just have to bring it down because it's so aggressive. It's so clean.
Favorite life.
Oh my God, it's so amazing. It's like a professional mix now.
Ever seen.
There's so much noise in this. That's amazing. So I'm just applying it.
Tomatoes were the juiciest tomatoes he's ever seen. Favorite life. Takes care of itself.
Okay. Now I'm just matching the audio to this. So that 20. AI voice isolation. Okay.
Let me tell you a little story.
It's so clean. Nice.
There was once a gentle, humble gardener who, but
What did you mean more?
infestation. So he tried everything. So
Okay, and then just here. Always repolishing, eh?
did you know
Okay.
that flowers and
This one needs to go up.
vegetables cannot
Mic is closer
know
here.
that flowers and vegetables cannot exist without our little friend? Let me tell you.
Is it here?
Let me tell you a little.
So 18. What do I have here? And let's bring it down.
Flowers and vegetables.
Happy. Okay, so let's just go to there.
A bee.
Let's do that. So I did a keyframe here. Keyframes are basically saying, if I put a keyframe, which is this diamond shape here. Okay, I'm going to reset everything. So if you're going to inspect panel, any of these tabs, if I go video, audio, you'll always see a little diamond. Well, in After Effects, keyframes are diamond shapes. So to the right is a diamond shape, and if you click it, it will make a keyframe. We're going to do it right now. So I wanted to keyframe my audio. When she says a B, it comes in very loud, and then Verlin's voice is very low. So we have different keyframes. And so if we go in our audio, so we see right here, the first part is higher up in the peak. But if I go up to bring Verlin's voice, so let's keyframe. I undo that. So if I click on the diamond right next to it, and I go or Nev's voice saying B. So let's bring it a bit lower. Let's bring it -6. Let's don't do anything. Maybe let's just do -2, -3. Let's see. Okay. And then that's super low. Too low. So now let's put our keyframe in here. So it's gonna, so a keyframe from one to the next, then the software will animate, fill in the steps that need to happen in order to get to that keyframe. So for example, if I go then I click on the diamond one more time, or again, and then it becomes colored. Now that means I have a keyframe on this exact line, right? So look, if I move the playhead, I could visually see that there's 2 keyframe, but if I now move the sound, it will create another keyframe. But that's the thing. When you start creating keyframe, anytime you do an adjustment, it will only be specifically on that where the needle is, and it will do the steps in between. So if I do want to, I would say that once you start keyframing, you only want to adjust the minimal amount of keyframe. We want everything else to be steps. So if I go now to, right beside this keyframe, there's now arrows, left, right, and that you could go to next arrow. And now we want to bring up grandma. So 8. And so it's like this. There we go.
Did you know that flowers and vegetables
Ooh, comes in nice there. And it needs to be higher up. So if I could easily just bring it up, right? But now it's not. It's doing another keyframe. So always do it on the keyframe if you don't want another keyframe. I'm going to bring up the 16.
A bee. Did you know that flowers and vegetables?
Nice. I can mix that a bit better later on. And I want to bring up Nev's now. It is actually low.
A bee.
Okay. So yesterday we brought in a new shot. Just double click. Our source footage goes in there. We go find no, scene 3, take 1. Okay. So now we know how to do this. We go in our audio media pool folder. Just loading. And I'm just checking the feed while it's loading. Okay, you guys are good. Awesome. Going back to DaVinci Resolve. So take scene 3, move my media pool here. And you can stretch out in these. See if I go on the seams here, it's the arrows left and right. You can rearrange your workstation here. And again, you go single viewer. But you can only max out. And if you need more real estate, just your entire thing. So but you sacrifice your timeline. And then again, if I want to view it as a list instead of as icons, I go, see there's metadata view, there's grid view, and then there's this view, which we want. Because we might have labeled it already. Scene 3, take 1. 3 is 13, so that means 11. I found it here. On second day, 11 should be that.
That's before I.
Big Or am I off? Okay, that's way up. Uh, okay, okay.
Meals, 3.5 feet away. 3.5 feet. Okay, good. Right there.
To our 3B, 3B, 3A, 3C. Let's just see if we go in our inspector. Um, it is the 13th.
Sound speed. 3, take 2, mark.
3 take 2 mark. How is that? And then 11.
Take 2.
3D take 2.
Take 2, mark.
3 take 2 is 12. Yeah, that makes no sense. I think we made an error in the slate because it doesn't. I know it's not first date. So luckily, I know the shots because this would be extremely confusing for somebody that's trying to link up the sound and following the slate. I know we shot at the last day, at the last hour. You know, it was such a struggle to get this dialogue in. So what did he write? So take 3, take 1. Okay. So if I go at the end of the day, it should have been take scene 2. He didn't know.
Gasping for air, take 1.
Oh, nice.
Full.
Gasping for air.
Okay. Sound speed. Okay, and scene 3, take 4, mark.
Scene 3, take 4. 1, 3, 2, 1.
Scene 3, take 1, mark.
Was it me doing the slate? Because that could be it. Is that me? Yeah, that's me. That's white shirt. Okay. Clean white shirt, might I add?
And 3, 2, 1, action.
And it's the ending of this.
Really good.
Let's just bring in this audio. Let's close the gap here. So I'm going to auto align, hoping that I think it might be this. No, that's not it. Let's just zoom out, making sure. So I'm going to get back my bring my footage a lot of places here. My sound. I'm just going to bring it down a few layers, and I'm going to do this. Oh, I'm going to bring an alt click so I don't affect the files. And I click these two. I right click. I go auto align. I go waveform. Number 1 is my reference, and analyzing. There you go. Okay, so that means that's where that is. I just drag this out to my shot. I drag this out here, and now I have sound. There you go. There you go. Good. Ah, there you are. That's the sound that she gives. Okay. Nice. Okay, so let's disable that. Remember, we're using audio 1 and 2 to disable our source. Oh, just want the boom on these tracks here. Okay.
Puppy, did you know?
I don't know if I need that. So Alt, click on the audio just to drag. Remember, we're doing this L cut. Well, we don't need to actually. Just yeah. Okay, so we don't even need to do an L cut. It's just a hard cut here. And I'm just trying to save our timeline. Whoa. Alt click, Alt control click, holding that. Okay, we're on layer 2 now. So shift scrolly wheel will on my video see how I could stretch out and get thumbnails, or if I just want blocks, same thing, shift. So now I could just see my timeline condensed here. So we are just polishing to get more, to get people's feedback correct here. I might start to add some important sounds. And we're just kind of running my hand through it. I want to add, okay, this is the track that I want here. So let's go seek out this audio. So shift scrolly wheel so I could see. Okay, double click. Double click. There you go. On the we know we're on the ending, so there's 2 3/8s, but let's see. Actually, I might have it here. 3 alpha take 1. That makes sense. Is it?
Okay, right on set.
See, that was day 1. 3/8 take 1. No, it's on the 14.
So speed. Okay, roll camera. Okay, this is the scene of Laz rising. I don't know the scene. Take 1.
This is
Scene 3, alpha. Take 1. Mark.
nice. Alpha take 1 mark. See, I was doing this right there. Okay, so
Yeah, and then just go to near the end.
just bring that in. Okay. I just need a lot of runway here. Our audio we brought in. Right click, auto align, waveform, use track number 1. And it will scan. There you go. I was pretty close. So good that it syncs up. So you see, I don't have the magnetic, and now I thought it was going to snap, bring up the magnetic snapping, and it snaps on. Or if I click on the magnetic right here. So let's put up this audio here. Let's alt click D, alt click, and then D, not at the same. Okay, play. Just waiting for DaVinci. Hear it. It's very low. Let's see if we do our voice isolation. It's been 40. Let's see if I can keep going. Sometimes you want to just drag the audio a bit. I also have a sound. Okay. Nice. I really like and say such amazing things about Nev, and she's so young. Nev is the actor here that plays Avery. So young and just amazing, and also be an amazing actor. But she's going to be a brilliant, a genius director, and that's why I also am so excited to finish because she's been on this process of the filmmaking behind, and now I want her to see the result, and that will also improve her as a director. Hopefully, she could also watch this masterclass when she's editing her film. Shout out to Nev. Hopefully, you're watching this. Okay. See, this is what I'm saying. This fan here. I know it's very. I always feel like it's apocalypse now. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. That obviously doesn't need to be. But I do want to emphasize the moment. That's why it's slow mo. And we feel her pain.
Ah, there you are.
I'm wondering if I could get some. Just trying to use as much as the audio. Works, even though it's not the right one. We'll take it.
Ah, there you are. Sit down. What do you have there? A bee.
Thank you everyone for joining us on the live stream.
Flowers and vegetables came out of
We got a really day today.
Did you
We're just
know
polishing up our rough cuts so we can show it to people this afternoon. And thank you. We're syncing up sound for the most part, a lot of it.
There was once a gentle, humble gardener who grew the most beautiful, precious tomatoes he could. But what had happened was there was an infestation. So he tried everything so that that they wouldn't go after his tomatoes.
That's enough to
so he tried
understand.
everything, but nothing worked. So he gave up all hope, and he didn't do anything. But then something miraculous happened.
What happened?
Well, what had happened was the insects started going after and looking for the grass and the wildflowers. So they started going after that, and they left his tomatoes alone. So they thrived, and the gardener, Avery, life takes care of itself.
The film. Okay, so I need to find something here with the car. I need a sound. I know I have a sound. Didn't I see car sounds? No, there's even more. I really wanted to leave.
Kidding.
In and out. I and O is how I grab that small clip here. So. Okay. He revs it before. See, sound. I wish we could get into sound mixing because it is a whole other art. But the thing of sound mixing is it's not never just one sound. You got to give more dimensions to it. It's usually a combination of multiple sounds stacked together, and so it's not just so one dimensional. So already just by putting two car sounds, it just feels more defined, more three dimensional.
Favorite life takes care of itself.
So this is not. I need a more like a car squeal sound. I never got it. It's almost like I just could use the revs because it doesn't make sense. Maybe a sec. Oh, if I disable this one. Okay, let's just. And in order to smooth it in, all the sounds, it's usually as soon as you drop in another sound that doesn't belong, like you really got to fade it in, right? You always want to blur that edge. This is basically where we had the microphone. I do want to see if there's any more. Let's see. See if I could do one more before. Okay, so now if I could lower this. Just adding some polishing here. Okay. Right. So what track was that? That was no, this one. This is 21. 13. Maybe there might be something here. No. This is the cut. That's the sound I have.
Yeah, let them leave. We're not going to move.
I might be hard to leave.
Let's get a sandbag. That's the important one. Okay? Again. Again.
Okay. Might be a little piece here I could grab the. I like that it's fading out. I could use it. Not gonna lie. I just have a. Loading. Just want to see if there's anything. What's this? No. Okay. There's a sound library in DaVinci Resolve, but it's not that full. I was just maybe there's a. I need a. I'm looking for. I just had a squeal. Maybe let's just get one. I'm gonna go in a sound library that I pay for. It's Envato Elements and stuff with that, and I'm just gonna get a tire squeal. Tire squeal. Squeal is it screech? It's kind of like. That's kind of what I want. Oh, nice. Not what I want though. So I'm just gonna download. Yeah, it just needs something temporary, right? Just needs so people know. Oh, there's a sound. That's what triggers it. Okay, just gotta sign in. Tires. Is that what it was? Okay. Tire squeal. Wherever you could get sound effects. There's freesounds.org. There's YouTube is also a really good resource for sound effects. And so I just want to highlight sounds. I'm going to go in my folder wherever the wind blows, create a new folder in my actual hard drive on my SSD. I'm going to number 4. I have number 5, and I'm going to call it sound effects. So now I'm going to download all my effects. My sound effects are in the sound effects folder. That's it. It's not cryptic. It's not. Is it in the? No, it's in the sound effects folder. And just try to label it. So tire squeal. I like that one too. All right. Tire squeal 22. Yeah. And maybe we'll just do. It's a good one. Speeches, eh? Let's just try this one. We're not going to get too lost in the weeds of this now. I just want to make sure that when people watch this, or when they're watching the cut, that they know that, oh, this sound is here. That makes sense and stuff. To I have to bring these sounds in. So now I just got to go to my folder here, my files. I go into my hard drive. Because they come in I have to unzip them. So I I have to unzip them. So now they become folders. And that there you could just drop in the folders into DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so but let's get into the resolve. So now we have, I think we have a sound effects. There we go. So let's go to it. Okay, so I have my sound effects folder. Great, there's nothing there. So what you can do is just have that open. I'm going to my files, and on my other screen, I'm dragging this to my DaVinci, and there we go. They're in. And so now we know that everything here is this sound effect. The sounds effects. Okay, so we want to have a tire screech. So now double click. That's nice. It's not bad. So here's again, we got to think. So let's be mindful. Probably the boom will need 3 to 4 tracks. So let's do boom. Boom. Boom reserved. And for the boom, so let's reserve that for boom. 7 layers deep. And now let's start giving them. Again, when you're going to be giving this to your mixer or anything like that, this is how he's seeing the tracks. So you want to be also that you could have an effect on and then track 7. And again, it just helps the end result. In the end, very difficult to find sound effects. So that's why you want to group things together. Because we are good editors. Okay. Just waiting for DaVinci. 11:11. 11:11. Yeah, I just saw the clock. 11:11. That's cool. It's also 12/12. 12-month portal. This is a portal, they say. Whenever you have these, July 7th, 7th, August 8th, it's a portal. So it's a really magic. It's also full moon. A lot of things happening. Her, obviously, too loud. You got to mix it in. Very subtle. But something catches her attention. And okay, let's go with this one. Let's try this one. So I mixed that. Nice. I buy it for now. Love it. Yes. To our next big sound problem area. I think there was a few lines where, where's this? Okay. Oh, okay. It was him saying, it's so low here.
Jean-Claude, I'm so glad you came.
Okay. So let's bring this up.
Jean-Claude, I'm so glad you came. It took you so long.
Okay, see this. So, wow, look at the difference. Colleen and then Clayton. Clayton plays it much quieter, right? So we're going to do our old keyframe adjustment here. If I go here, keyframe, so that's everything left of it will be that sound. And he starts to talk here. So I'm going to start to keyframe here. I don't even have to press the keyframe button. I just have to bring it up. Okay, let's see. Look how much more spiky it is. Okay, good stuff. And now we have to match that. And we're going to use our voice isolation.
Waiting for him now. He's sticking up the whole house in there.
Nice.
We've been waiting. I'm ready.
I'm going to do the keyframes again here. So Colleen's voice coming in a bit hot. So 19, that's bringing that down to there. Oh, let's make sure we get a keyframe here. I just press the keyframe, okay, and then I go right arrow, I bring down, oh, wrong one. I didn't put one. Okay, I press the diamond button, and also I just wanted to leave diamond there. Then I want to go to the next one, and then I want to go bring that down. So there's 2 keyframes there.
He's sticking up the whole house in there.
We've been waiting. I'm ready.
Nice. There's a. What does he say there?
Put this thing out. Put this thing out.
Oh, okay, so put this. Okay. I wonder if I need to.
Ready.
Put this.
I could have his or not. Too precise, eh? Maybe I don't. So now I can use the manipulations just by Alt. I'm just trying to like make the sound smooth. Obviously, it's just, again, when we're presenting this to people, I don't want them to get bumped by just sound thing and they're like, well, I didn't understand because of it. I want to remove that. I want them to be in the experience as much as possible, even though it's completely rough. Okay, so I do want this to be louder.
Put this thing out.
I'm ready.
Put this thing out. You can't smoke cigarettes in the house.
Don't listen to him.
Okay, again, I'm going to do the key frame. The boom is obviously closer to Colleen. I don't think it's a thing about. Okay.
This thing out. You can't smoke cigarettes in the house.
In house, I go keyframe number 1. That's for Clayton. Oh, and then just before that, keyframe number 2, and then let's try. It's giving me a loading screen here. Okay, -12. So let's just bring that visually. So maybe that's too low.
Don't listen to him.
Almost there. Go back. Okay, and I'm just gonna go up. Oh, it didn't. Made another keyframe. Okay. I'm gonna go 6. I went 3. I'm gonna
Smoke cigarettes in the house.
Don't listen to him.
Try not to talk when you're rolling, directors.
Don't listen to him.
Yeah, I really want to bring up his voice here. Okay. So we'll see if we have to keyframe it because I don't know what it's going to bring.
Where's the body?
Is that why I don't? So okay, that's right. I didn't do that. Okay. I just need to bring this one up. Because of the sound, because we sped up. I could do a keyframe here. You know what? I'm going to just do a crossfade. So I'm bringing from our effects panel this audio transition and just blends in both sides here. Again, we want no seams.
Where's the body?
I know we have to do all of these, but let's just see where our biggest areas are. Coming 11:20, I think that we're coming on to our first break. Oh my God, time flies. Aren't you guys having fun? Time flies when you're having fun. Is all 11:20. Let's take our first break. And just want to thank you all for following on the live stream and doing this together. I really appreciate everyone following along. It's mandatory, or else we'll go a little insane if you do not move. And like I say, I'm glad that I have a stand-up desk. I know wanting to get out. That's I think the beauty of a standing desk is that I never feel like I'm sitting down. That I need to get up, so I tend to work longer at 11. What is it? 11:20, 11. Oh, a.m. 8 and break. Oh. Okay. I'm not sure we're gonna. Okay, I'm just switching my screen to OBS here. Blender. The next class I'd love to give once I master it would be Blender, because that's how I'm going to do all the effects. What I will be doing though, when I do the visual effects for it, I might not be necessarily live stream, but I will definitely be capturing my screen, because it will be cool to see. Well, maybe I'm just not so confident in my Blender expertise, but I feel like I will get very good at Blender by the time I'm done this. And I'm going to load this. Okay, we'll see you at 11:35, folks. Have a good break. Got to get to stretch. 11:35. Nice. Coffee, and was able to get some movement here. Hope you guys got to maybe get some air. I even got some air today. We'll see if I'm the one back on. Right on time. Good to have you around, Rushi, on our marathon. We're about to cross the finish line together. A few hours. So if you want to come to HQ this afternoon, you should definitely. We'll have some people coming in at 1 and at 3. Just getting my DaVinci Resolve set up here. Okay, so that's that. Maybe read one more quote. These are just such juicy quotes from Rabbi Brasson's Notes on Cinematographer. They're so good. They're so good. To set up a film is to bind persons to each other. Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. Let me restart. Such a good quote. I want to mess it up. Here it goes. To set up a film is to bind persons to each other and to objects by looks. Bind persons to each other. Yeah, that's what we do. And to objects by looks. So we connect things with the looks, as you saw in the film Wherever the Wind Blows. Wherever Avery's looking is where the camera's looking, and it's connecting her to the objects, to everything that she's seeing. Another one here. Two persons looking each other in the eyes see not their eyes, but their looks. The reason why we get the color of a person's wrong, because we're not actually looking in the eyes. We're looking at the people's looks. We're so good at pattern recognition that most the greatest liars and all that stuff, they're able to keep their face not to give away the clues of lying. So because we're so observant of lying, people would be like, I don't believe him, right? With the shifting of the eyes and all that stuff. And so people that are really good at lying are known have no qualms about lying, because here's the truth. Our nervous system cannot lie. So when we do lie, when we say something untruthful, we feel it in our body. And people that just react will immediately show it with their faces. And that's why we're so good at looking at faces. But for people that are extremely good at lying to people, like con men are basically confidence men, because they're so confident in telling you something that is untruthful. And what they do is that they also experience that, knowing that they're saying untruthful things, and their nervous system do react. But instead of reacting with the face, they're reacting with their hands. They're reacting in their feet. So could be, most of the time it's in the face, but you know that you're saying something wrong, and you might just wiggle your arm, or it's the body that has to take on. It knows that it's being untruthful, and it has to put that somewhere in the nervous system, because it's untruthful. There's like a flag, like bang, you're up, hey, somewhere. And good liars will put the stress into their feet, into their arms, into anywhere else other than their face, because we look at the face like 95% of the time for indication of looks. So that's so important, right? I read that one yesterday. That's great. I want to just. There's just so many. One more. One more. They're so also mysterious. Is that we could really go into one quote for. Here's draw from your models the proof that they exist with their oddities and their enigmas. So models is what he's calling actors because he doesn't believe that actors first you should grab reels of what you perceive your version of truth to be. And so they're stands, they're models, but they're not fakes, they're not acting, they're not pretending. They are the banker. They are that person. Not suppress it, but magnify them by, or at least use them in your characters so they become more real. Use feel the soul and the heart there, but let it be made like the work of hands. Hmm. Let people feel the soul and the intention to it and that creativity, yet everything is made through action. Just like cutting this film. No action, there's no heart, there's no soul. Film. I'm having so much fun here. One more. You know, one more, one more. Okay. What no human eye is capable of catching, no pencil, no brush, down with a machine's scrupulous indifference. Oh, that's a lot. So he's saying the camera never lies. And you don't know what you have until you see it and put it next to something else because it could be something in that exact viewpoint. It's 100% objective reality, but it's only seeing that slice. And from no pencil, brush, pen of pinning down, your camera catches without knowing what it is and pins it down with a machine of scrupulous indifference. So cool. Hmm. We're gonna go back into this afterwards. It's really good to just brush up on this. Wow. Yeah, I love this book. Okay. Oh yeah, we're gonna get into that. Okay. Getting back into the Vinci here. Where are we? Where are we? We are polishing our rough cut. There's a lot of like hard not following the story because it's abrupt and jarring. So what we want to do is smooth out all those scenes and just keep going over it and but just kind of not honing in on on a specific scene, but just kind of now making sure that the pace and the overall thing, not the overall, the pace and the overall story narrative that we want to show people is there. And then from there we'll just keep honing in with sound effects and all that. Okay. Keep going. DaVinci Resolve. So keep going here. We added. I'm trying to add basically making sure all the dialogue's there for when people talk. That's important. And then we'll add in some sound effects. On my bottle cleaning sounds here. don't want to get this sound because the leather and stuff. I know we captured some good leather sound. Let's just see. Double click. We'll know this by heart, right? By double clicking opens up our source footage, whether we have a single viewer or two viewers. If you're only in single viewer mode, you could go in workspace and uncheck single viewer, or you could stay in single viewer and you could still double clicking will change it to source monitor. We are at scene 5D take 2, and we go into our media pool, our audio, and then we are scene 5D take 2. Where was 5D? 5A. So 5A was 21. 5A was 21. So then we're close there. 21, 23, 22 maybe?
Okay. Ready, Sal?
5D.
And action.
No, 5D.
Sound speed? Yeah, the more little tricky is that's final, right? Yeah, but final. Okay.
All right. Scene 5C, take 1.
5C, take 1. Let's write it out. A 024. It's been helpful. Oh my god, I butchered that. Oh no, 5C. Okay, got it. So we're looking for 5D. Take 1. I think it's take. What did I say? Take 4. Take 2. I knew it was take 2. Take 2. Okay, so I think. Okay. Looking throughout the whole damn thing. Okay, I make sure that there's nothing. I'm going to be traveling this audio here, so select the clip, and this clip here, I will right click, I will auto align waveform, sync up the sound here. Let's, whoa, where did it go? Whoa, I see. Undo. Okay, that's interesting. Let's set this. How can I get this started? So let's just try that one more time. Bring it closer instead of all the way over there on the other side. I might be wrong. Auto align clips. I right click auto align clips waveform. Let's see where it gets me. Okay, was there something there? Oh, it's really messed up. It doesn't look wrong. Where are we in the clip? When you're in the end of it, I don't know why it's bringing me there. I think it's hard. It doesn't know. Yeah. What is the shot? So he's walking. Okay, I got it. Marathon continues. We're past our 8 hours. We have less than 8 hours to go. Noon, so we did 2 hours. There's 6 hours to go. That was the door here. Okay. I'm going to drop this in. So where's the door? So just hearing here. Crank up this volume. Let's see what it is. I think I just need to organize this better here. Following along, marathon. Been a wild ride. Maybe that's. Do we want this sound? That's better. That's better. Okay, now I got to fix this audio here. That's right. Okay. Okay, so maybe a little bit of, it's a bit loud. Nice. Love it. I love hearing that like leather in the boots. It's really what I wanted. Okay, so there's a, I think I need to do the voice isolation. Nice. Boost it up. And then I'm going to go 50% in AI voice isolation. And then I'm going to go smooth that out. Whoop. I wanted to see, I didn't press Alt. So if I drag everything, so if I Alt click only the audio, then it's going to go. Okay, let's see. Okay. We're L cutting and then also fading in the audio. Okay, it's just it's cutting too much of the voice. It's hard to hear it playing. I'm going to boost it up. The microphone's far away from here. We might have to redub this technically. This would be maybe a one that you ADR. If alternate dialogue replacement.
I don't want to close off.
I don't like Clayton's voice. It's so soft. Or labs, you know, labs would have been a good thing to have there. Okay, I'm that voice isolation is really cutting it. I'm gonna put like 10%. You know, it's good to hear. Maybe I just want to cut that. I'm gonna go 18%.
I don't want to close off.
Okay.
I don't like
Pay for proper bear.
Son.
Okay, we had keep. Okay. What do I have here? Am I there? What was I saying? What did I mean? Yeah, there was trinket, but I didn't.
Yeah, but
Is this Ryan here? See, now I'm talking to him about the bottle, so I think this is the one that we didn't slate. And there's more at the end there. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, he's pouring here. So I think it's, oh, your stop, eh? By the end of this 5 days, I know where pretty much everything else is, you know? And also because we shot it. Looking for playing sound, yeah. Okay, do that. I did love it. I did love it. And I was not lying. I did love it. Okay, so maybe we do that. Should be the door opening here. Okay, let's just get one. Okay. Every that I'm signing up to, I'm just going to do door creak. Door open? I guess the door will be shut. Okay, I like that. I could use that either way. Or maybe for... That's a good one. No, I just want a door open and door close. So I'm in sound effects. I'm saving them into the sound effects folder. I will have to extract them and then bring it into DaVinci Resolve. But at least it mimics the DaVinci Resolve structure here. Okay. Door creak is going there. And then now I will look for wooden door close. Door, well, let's just do wood interior. Wood door close. I think that's too much, but door. That's this here. Gently, no. 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 Maybe. Okay, yeah. Large wooden door interior. There you go. That's nice. So these two here, we're just getting some tense sounds. You know, we'll have to shape it. We'll have to add more reverb, it, so on and so on. But again, it's so people don't get. There you go. Wood door interior, heavy open close. That's what we need. Nice. Okay, like sound literally bring life to an image, and you're like, whoa, it's live now. It's actually like I'm there, and that's what that does. So before people are watching these images that they're not connected to, and that's where sound plays such a big part. See, I'm unzipping them. These come in a zip. Select the. I have 4 folders here that I extracted, and just select the folders. You don't have to go individually, and then just drop that into your. I have to go into my sound effects folder, and I go back to my file explorer here, and I drop those I have 5 folders, dropping 5 folders into DaVinci Resolve, sound effects. Okay, and these are all the large door creaks. Okay, okay, so we like that. That's nice. So remember, we have our boom, we have our sound effects. Okay, good. You know, and we could even go to do that. I don't often do this, but I wish I did. So let's put all our sound effects like, you know, yellow or something. Okay, so maybe that comes in at the starting. And let's just do this door cabinet. No, wood door interior. That's kind of like that. Let's close. Close. I don't know, that's open and closed. I think that's an open here. So sound effects. See, now I'm already having another sound effects there. So I want it to happen very close by. I'm going to click color. I'm going to go yellow. Maybe it's too much yellow, but maybe let's put them pink. It's too much. Yellow feels like, look at me. And that's usually where I use yellow to really, this shot is like something else or unlike something else. But so maybe it opens and then. I like that the wooden crack could be caused by him here. Okay, and let's just lower that. Certainly, let's lower this door creaking here. Okay, so just give some shape. I'm going to keep going over that over and over, and then I'm just going to keep adding sound effects. Oh, this, until it's like there's no gap.
Hey, dickhead.
Okay, let's see if I have this in this. As Hey Jean-Claude. So I'm gonna need to keyframe this. Well, let's just try boosting it. Where is it? I'm here. Why does it save? Okay, let's just try boosting this. And then I might need to. I like that you hear the leather. Oh, nice. Oh, that's good. You hear him breathe. It is that bump here. I know it's the door, but I'm going to keyframe here. And I'm going to go down. And then I'm going to go up to 18, to 19. It really doesn't need to be there, that sound. It's so just jarring. I know it's probably, no, I don't even know what it is. It is the door, yeah. It's just not the right door sound. So that's okay. But I could now raise this. I'm just waiting for my computer to load. Loading. I'm still standing. I'm standing. DaVinci Resolve. Okay. Times you go to a little loopy. You make songs about DaVinci Resolve. Oh yeah, we've all been there. We've all been there. It sounds so much better just with the cleaning of the glasses. Oh, yes.
Jean-Claude. Hey, dickhead.
So now that clips right there because I brought up everything. So now let's keyframe this. 1 diamond, so that 19 stays here. And then it's going to, I don't even have to click the keyframe. I'm just going to scrub. And as soon as I go over the number, I know I mentioned this, but my cursor will change into a left and right arrow. And all I have to do is hold the mouse click button and scroll to go left and right, and it will go down. And I'm just waiting for DaVinci Resolve to catch up with me. did it not? Maybe I didn't have the keyframe in.
Hey, dickhead.
I don't know what happened here. Okay, where's the first keyframe? 19. Okay. DaVinci Resolve did not save that. So now I add a keyframe. Okay, I bring that down.
Hey, dickhead.
Okay. So at least it was preserved, right? It didn't clip. Pierre, our sound recorder, is awesome, and this is why it sounds so good. Just one boom. Pierre did such an amazing job, but he made sure not to clip it, right? He set the volumes as what's your loudest? Okay, and then at least we can boost up the rest. But if he would have clipped the audio, there was no salvaging this, not with keyframes or anything like that. So thank you, Pierre, for being a pro and making sure you don't clip the audio. Okay, but now we do, because he goes back to talking low, we do need to bring it back up. That's okay. We have the technology.
I know what kind of guy you are.
Okay. I know it's a little, the noise will be annoying, but.
Hey, dickhead. I know what kind of guy you are. Parasite.
Nice. Now you can hear
Preying on a mother. For what? Some stupid party trick? He's dead. Okay?
Now I'm back. See, you can see on the waveform monitor here, it's starting to clip, right? Back to the old keyframing. There is a dialogue leveler, but I do want to show it to you this way because you should know this. If I go keyframe here, and then I go keyframe, just going to drag the audio to something that doesn't clip. And now if I want to get more precision, I could shift scrolly wheel, and then I could get at least this. See how it's still here. And now I'm going to go right here. Let's see, this one might.
Dead.
Not bad.
For what? Some stupid party trick? He's dead. Okay? Dead.
And now let's bring it back up. Oh, okay. Keyframe. And now I'm going to go bring it back up.
His body, separate from his soul. He's not coming back.
I'm doing that. I'm going to add a kiss sound here. I'm always doing it. I think I should almost record it. So what is this here? So let's raise up this sound so it's a bit more. Nice. Okay.
Separate from his soul. He's not coming back.
The kiss of death. I always thought it was funny to give us a kiss, you know, Jesus would and all that, but interesting. Larry said it's the kiss of death. Maybe. The kiss of death. He is a very powerful person. Okay, let's raise this one. Too bad I was talking throughout all this. I love that leather sound. We're going to get some more. It's a she approach. I mean, see, there has to be like, maybe we add more of the creaking sounds there. We have it. We have that sound already. So, of course we can. Of course we can. Okay. So I just want to check our feed. I'm just checking with our feed. Feeling a little bit sick. So just bed resting today. Don't want to make you sick too. Oh, okay. Sounds good. Rushi received. Well, I hope that while you're in bed resting, you can just have it on because especially that you've been here since the start. I'm just checking the chat right now. That's why. We're going to have some cool guests that will be looking at the film for the first time. And it would be interesting to hear their feedback as you were on the first and you saw all the shots, or at least know what it's about and know where I was heading and see how much it closely aligns with what people are seeing and feeling. Because I could say whatever I want. Yeah, same here. Ushi says yes, excited to hear that. Me too. And so for me to know if I'm on the right track or not, it's irrelevant what I think. I could justify all my shots and say this is what this means. Yet if that's not clearly communicated to people and they don't see that and they don't feel that, and sure everybody will feel it differently, yet in the end, what's the takeaway? That's the most important thing right now, the guiding light. So can't wait to get the people in. And that's why we need to work extra hard in the next few hours to really polish up this edit there. And that means tedious sound stuff sometimes. I'm going to take a drink of water. Oh, okay. Coming up 12:12. I just saw the clock. 12:12. 12:12 on 12:12. December 12th, the 12th month of the calendar, and it is 12:12 on the time. It was. I just saw it. It just changed. And just letting you know, we caught 11:11. Yeah, I know. We're in sync. We're supposed to be doing this. We're at the right place, right time. Okay. Loading back DaVinci Resolve here. And just want to see here. What do I have? Okay. DaVinci Resolve. Okay, we're adding sounds. Sculpting. I feel like that should come earlier, that creaking sound. Like that's where it should be the loudest, eh? And then I'm just gonna find another part of this audio. Now I'm just picking, because I'm talking throughout this. I just want leather sound. I know I could download that, but I know we have some good ones here. Films, it's likely fake. I know just in my own films, I keep about 20% of the sounds. Most of the time, I just redo all the sounds. And so, just keep that in mind. Nothing. I'm talking here. What's this here? Okay. And I think this is the part, eh? And I hope I'm not talking in it. Oh, that's right, because I was editing on there. It does change it. Oh, no, okay. Let's go back. Okay, so it is the same one. So on there. What if I go here? There you go. Do I talk? It's so loud. I love that. He's just moving a little bit. Oh, the sound of leather. That's why I wanted the leather jacket. The boots, the heavy boots and the leather jacket. We're going to make it that much heavier. Okay, I just got to response from one of our guest speakers here, or not guest speaker, our guests. I'm just gonna just not remove. Do this. Okay. Our guest speaker number one will. I keep saying guest speaker. Guests. Just our guest, our special guest. That's what I mean. It's definitely special. And he will be speaking. Okay, so so that means we need to start sculpting right now. We still have so many unfinished stuff. Go, all gas, all gas. Okay. Huh. But I do want the door creak, door creak, door creak, door cabin, door creak. I wonder if it's too similar. So oftentimes sound or something like that. I like to just, because we're so perceptive to any, as soon as it's the same sound, we know automatically. So I just like to at least change it up a little bit. You know, I'm going to make it 80% the speed. Let's see. I need, that's not the door creak that I wanted. I thought I downloaded that. Like I want more like, I thought I had it. See, it's more, that's too woody. Tire speech audit. I'm just gonna get that kind of sound, especially if our special guest is on his way. So door creak. I'm now going into my sound library, and I search for door creak. We're so lucky to have these online libraries. Imagine like Star Wars. This person had, as they were filming, there was this sound engineer. There's George Lucas sounds that don't exist, like what the space sound like. And so he had to take a year of just downloading zoo animals and all of that stuff, and not having be able to be like lightsaber sound. You know, he just had to not only create it, he just had to record whatever. He didn't know what they had, so there wasn't a library that he could go to. We're just so lucky. You know, it's all about putting things together, and when you already have it in the catalog and you just got to put it together, it's much easier than building the catalog before you can put it together. Rust in it. That's pretty good as well. I like that one. Oh, I heard of it. Okay. Just have it downloaded. Whoa, that's annoying, but I will take it. Such a long one. It's a long creek. Let's download it. We could maybe shorten it. Okay, I got a few more sounds downloading. I'm going into my folder here, and going to my folder. I have 3 more door creak sounds that I downloaded. Hopefully these ones are less woody and more creaky, right? We know what that means. More creaky. Basically a higher pitch. I just don't want it to sound like the other one. And I'm dragging that into, I'm taking my files from Explorer and dropping them into my sound effects bin in DaVinci Resolve, which should match my bin that my folder that I have on my hard drive. Oh, that's nice. Okay, too early, so it starts right. Okay, whoops, undo. Let's bring it here. Let's bring it here. to obviously be soft. Super subtle. Lower the volume till you barely hear it. Yeah. -9. Okay. Just polishing, seeing things, ideas that come to our head, whatever. We just want to keep softening. Okay, I'll add another creak here. It sounds mysterious. Door creak, door creak, door creak, door creak. Ooh. 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 It's a longer one. It's so slow. Let's see. So I have these sound effects. I right click. I go violet. Now we know these are sound effects. Obviously, it's not in the right spot. Let's. I would have had -9. This one's -14. This is not going there, so maybe. Again, trying to soften it up. Don't want any hard edges. And then it could go on a bit more. It's trailing too much here. Everything has its place, eh? Trying to glue it to the image, right? Our brain will know if it's soft. Because I think it does say it, and you'll hear the leather. I want to hear that instead of. Okay, so I double click on the shot. Oh, okay, we got our speed. Warp here. Double click on the shot. We're in there. Source footage. We know that because our flip attribute. Okay, this is I have sound on this. So I think this is one of those. Why did I not select this? Alt F, because I don't have the sound there, it's not giving me the sound, so I need to hear this take. So I went Alt F. It's going to find it in my media pool. It did. It's on card 79442. Okay, and now. Reading. What is it? Thanks, Matt. This is all my fault on this one. I have nobody else to blame other than me. Geronimo, take one. Where is that? Are you kidding me? Who's this director? That's how you slate? I know we were having issues to slate. Where's the marker? Where's the slate? And I'm just like, we gotta go. We gotta go. Gotta edit. Gotta find it. Okay, what is this?
And sound speeding.
Just see where Geronimo. 80. 5A. Take 2.
Okay, Dexter, really stay cool. Get all your breathing in. All right, this is the one. What?
Okay, so I think that's he's going around. Whatever. Geronimo. Whatever Geronimo. Whatever. Scene 4. G? Geronimo? Take 1. What is this? 35. We found it. We found it, eh? Imagine having a documentary and hours of footage. Logging is important, eh?
Geronimo, take what, Mark? Sorry. No, you're good. That's great.
I want to see where we are in the shot here. We're at the end of the shot, so we know probably this section here. Boom, out, and I'm going to auto align. Oh, there's nothing to bring this in. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, let's bring it in. So what we can do is go to our source footage. We did not grab that. So if we go Alt F, we go get our source footage here. Essentially, we know that as well because of the retiming. So it's okay. We'll just do that. So we're going to sync it up to this. That's all that matters to us. Let's zoom out. I think it'll be pretty close. I think I see it already. Right click, auto aligned, waveform, sync. Great. So it's saying it's there. So now we can get rid of this. Let's see if we even hear it there. I'm thinking he should have said the line rise. Maybe he didn't.
Rise.
Nah, there we go. Nice. We found it. Good job, team. See? Perseverance. So now I can get this. So now I'm in the sound effects. So I'm going to do shift rolly wheel. Scroll wheel. I'm in my boom. That's where I want to be, right? In my boom. In the boom folder. Okay. And let's do this. Ooh, more leather sound. Yes, more leather sound. We like it. Love it. I just want as much leather that we can get. I think it's about right here. And then we'll have to grab that again. It's so loud for leather. We'll obviously chill it down. So these two, let's do, maybe I should actually just fit here. Let's just do that. So let's just dial it down. So I'm going to cut here, and I'm going to raise it independently because the shot is actually cut, so it's not jarring.
Rise.
Whoa. Is he rising in?
Rise.
And then I can just fade it out. How much can I take it? Because I need to get to this shot here. I'd like to like, it goes quiet. There's like almost a wind sound. Okay. And if I go Alt F, I can double click here. Okay, I found the clip Alt F. Double click here. What's our tag? Okay. What do I say?
Gasping for air, take one.
Gasping for air, take one.
Okay.
What was the one before that? Okay, so the last take before we go to kitchen. Okay. We go to audio. Very hard when you don't have slate information. Let's just say that. So if we go.
Sound speed. Okay, and scene 3, take 4, Mark.
Scene 2, take 4. We're not at scene 3.
Okay. And sound speed. Okay. Yeah, camera. Let me take that card. Gasping for air,
Nice.
take 1.
Gasping for air, take 1. Gasping for air, take 1. Good labeling, Matt. Not. But also, if we would have waited for the slate, we would have not gotten the shot. Ooh, the dilemma, eh? Time on set or time in the editing? Who do we value more? The editor or the getting more shots? And it's always getting more shots. I'm sorry. But it's just that, if you're on set and you lose missing shots, then that's also not serving the edit. Sure, the editor is pulling his hair out and he's swearing at Matt right now. But also, I don't know if I would have changed anything. I know. I would wish that it could slate everything. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I don't like it. It's just sometimes if we don't find the marker. Okay, I want the.
I believe.
Okay, that's nice.
1, action.
Is that what we want? No. We want before he brings it in. Okay. Okay. In. I for in. O for out. I bring this in. We're on our boom channel. We don't want to go in our sound effects. Okay. Now, I was there. Come on. Da Vinci. Okay. I dropped that in. So obviously this will match with this. And now I'm going to alt click on our camera audio. That's nice. Okay. Okay, I'll click this. I'm going to try to stretch this audio as much as possible. I really want to hear Dexter. That's what I felt like I wasn't getting before. Keyframe. I plus in and not plus, add a keyframe. So I'm going to boost up his audio, but I don't want the breath to be. I wonder how much I could grab. I think she says I believe soon.
I believe.
Okay. So now let's get rid of that. Okay, so what I want to control click, we'll get rid of that one after. I'm just trying to put in all the dialogue here before our special guest comes by. Okay, is that actually the, okay. So let's find this take. If I double click, I will get to the source to find out what our slate. Matt's nose. What is it?
I believe scene, take 1, Mark.
Come on. I believe scene, take 1, Mark. Come on, Matt. Just give me something to go by. What's our shot here? 9:44. And we just synced up 9:45, I believe. So it should be before that. So is this gasping for his 38? So it could be this.
And I believe C.
I got it. I believe C. Take 1. And then that is 037. Okay. Okay, so now I believe scene.
3, 2, 1, gas spare, action.
What's happening here? Oh, I like this.
1, action.
Oh, I'm gonna add more breaths. I'm gonna try to get. I like that one, eh? I'm gonna just try to layer it. I really want it to be impactful when he gets up, and that will a lot of you the sound. So I can maybe. Okay, that's good. See it? Really seamless. Great. So now we hear the clinging. I want to hear Ryan leave. Let's see how much we can grab. It's the one I need as well. Okay. Out. I believe.
I believe.
She said it twice. In. She says it here. I believe. I'm dropping that. Pretty synced up here. Look at that. We don't even need to auto align. We almost did it. Visually, we rock. Disabled that raw clip now that we have the actual audio in. Imagine doing this starting. Would have been so boring. Oh, whoa. I believe it. Oh, that's wrong.
I believe.
Okay, there it is. All right, maybe we're not that geniuses.
I believe.
Nice. I
believe.
Slightly too early. It's kind of like that.
I believe.
Nice. Okay. Now let's see if I can get all of this stuff here. See if it's too much. I like that we hear more. We hear the bottles.
I believe.
Okay, so I could just extend this. Is it for this one? No, 440. She does say back here.
I believe.
Okay, let's just get the audio for this. Yeah, let's just get the right one. Double click.
Okay, scene 7, Franco, take.
So it's 12:41. We have our special guests arriving soon. So I think we're going to take a little pause now so then we could have him comfortable in. And then when we restart, so I don't want him to arrive and then we're going to lunch. So I know we're taking our lunch break a little earlier just because he's arriving soon. 12:40 now. Let's just, this is bothering me. I need to finish the shot. Sorry, I can't trail off here. What is this? This is, what do I have?
Franco, take 1, Mark.
3 Franco? 7 Franco, take 1, Mark. So what's the shot here? 440. Four before. So it's,
Okay, rolling. Okay, first breath, Mark.
Oh, first breath. Nice. I'm just going to keep getting as much breath as possible. Okay, out. Thank you, Dexter. It's good to go through this audio. So see already, well, I already mentioned this before, but we're starting to layer. We already have 4 boom tracks here, and we're like, we're going to need some more here. I'm just starting. Oh. Nice. Okay, so the reason I did this is 37, 36, 33.
Okay, scene 7, Franco, take
Yes, that's the one.
Go in the back. Put the roll.
We're looking for, I believe, my son, okay? My son. I think it's before this. Just grabbing the bottles. Waiting for the I believe. I believe. Okay, good. Says it here. So I'm just going to auto align this. I'm going to go in and out the little small segment here, and then I'm going to bring that in. I'm going to need a new boom track here. Okay, I'm going to bring this just in my... Oh, I have another boom here. Okay. This is the last sound effects we're doing. We're going to go to lunch after this. So hang in there. Hang in there. Trying to drag this in. Da Vinci. Come on, Da Vinci. Okay. So we want to auto align. 1, 2. I think it's still there. Yeah. Okay. Control click, right click, auto align, click, clips, waveform, synced. Nice. And there it is. Let's see. I'm going to raise it up. And I'm going to fade out the other one here.
I believe.
I'm going to fade out this one. Okay, I'm going to just smooth our entrances.
Please.
Nice. I got all of these in. Okay. Okay, so that brings us to 12:45 exactly. What a run. What a run. We're doing so good. We're doing amazing, actually. A really good spot to actually now to start to get feedback, because I'll just keep polishing, thinking that everything's good. I'm in just my finishing mode, and now I actually want to hear more story beat stuff. So before we go, we'll do our ritual here. We'll read from our American Cinematography Manual. It's always fun to hear that. And then we'll be back at 1:30. Let's see what the universe has to tell us today about cinematography. Remember, cinematography, without great images, you don't have a great edit. You could take bad images and make them good, maybe, but you can't take good images and make them great. That all starts in camera. Okay. It's fun. Hit that up. Okay. We're talking about formats here. Okay. Is there more things about aspect ratios? Oh my God. That's a whole chapter here about formats and all that stuff. Okay, this is what I want to talk about. Depth of field and sensor size. This is a really big rabbit hole that I could talk about for hours. But let's read this and I'll try to give you the Cole's note out of this. So, depth of field and sensor size. Small prosumer video cameras often have a third sensors or even smaller, especially back then when digital didn't have large 35 mil sensors. This means that in order to achieve the same field of view, the focal length used is much shorter than in 35 millimeter cinematography, with a resulting increase in depth of field. A one-third sensor is 4.8 millimeter wide. A Super 35 film frame is 24 millimeter wide. It's quite a difference. Quite a difference. That's a 5 times difference or conversion factor. So meaning that the small sensors, let's say now in our iPhones, it's even smaller than one third. It's I think a quarter. Could be one third. Let's say one third, but it's not. It's more than 5 times smaller than actual 35 millimeters. So therefore, you would need to use a 10 millimeter lens on a one-third sensor camera to approximate the field of view of a 50 millimeter lens on a 35 millimeter movie camera. Okay, so that's what we need to unpack in the sense that if your sensor is this small compared to something that is 5 times bigger, then 50 mil is a 50 mil is a 50 mil, right? But it's the way it's projected onto the sensor. The sensor can only capture of 1/5 of it, right? So it appears that it's magnified, and it appears like your 50 mil is now like 135. And so, in order to get the same field of view as a 50 mil, they're saying you would have to go to a 10 millimeter. Well, a 10 millimeter, it's great, but we know that a 10 millimeter has a lot of things in focus, and because it's wider. So therefore, by getting the same field of view as a 50 mil, but you're using a 10 millimeter, and so you don't have the depth of field. But if you would be shooting on a 50 millimeter on a one-third sensor, you're magnifying in, and you're getting the same depth of field. It's just you're magnifying. So it's just a thing of perspective, and it's a really interesting rabbit hole. And I remember when I could not wrap my head around it. Like, why does a smaller sensor magnify the lens? It makes it look like a much tighter lens, but ultimately it's not doing anything. It's not. It's just the amount of light will cover the sensor, and a bigger sensor will cover more of the sensor. So not having the once you go to 35 mil to 70 mil, well then now your 50 mil looks like a 28 mil or 24 mil. So we see as you go up in sensor, it just also there's more light to cover it. Awesome. Coming to 1250 here. Thank you, American cinematographer. I'm gonna set my whoa, that was the book, the Bible, the book. I'm gonna set my time here. So we're gonna be back at what does it say? It's 1:30. 1:30, and going to right lunch break. So move around, get some air. We're on our last home stretch. We got a bunch of special guests coming in, and this is what we've all been waiting for. If our edit makes sense, oh my god, I don't know. Maybe we've been working 5 days and we've been so out of it that maybe nothing. They're like, what is this? We don't understand. So that's a risk I'm willing to take. Transition. Okay. All right, friends. We will see you back at 1. I don't have it loaded. 1:30. Everybody got to move around, get some fresh air, get away from the monitor. Got something to eat. Most importantly, got something to drink. We're in our last 4 hours. We're gonna miss everyone. What is life without 8-hour days of editing? You know, it's when you go so far that you could see where you started. And let's just read Monday at 10 a.m. We had not one single footage into DaVinci Resolve to now 5 days, 36 hours later. We have a rough cut to show people. I'm so grateful and so thankful that not only do we have people on the live stream, but also people that are taking some of their Friday to come and hang with us and give us this critical lie that we so desperately need, because our brains start to fill in the spots that are actually holes, story holes. And just like Frank yesterday mentioning that, is the boy actually dead, until it's like halfway through, and to me he was supposed to be right away. They're going to come around at 2:00, and so we have a bit more time to polish it up, do our last minute sound effects drop in that would be helpful, and anything that could really solidify the story in their head now that we know where we're going. That you held in there from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. or whatever time that you were giving yourself, and whatever goal that you wanted, that I hope you achieved it, because we certainly achieved our goal here. And just show that this film, which we shot 2 years, has not gotten done until we said that we're going to take 5 days, 8 hours a day, 40 hours. And now it will be in the rough cut stages, which then I could start to distribute to people. And yet it's the time that it takes to make the films. And it doesn't take years, it takes just weeks, but a constant work and dedication. So you could get all the reward out of it. Thank you for following along, and let's get to polish up before our special guest arrives. I'm going to go into DaVinci Resolve. Just got to change my OBS here. Resolve. Okay. All right. So we're here. We're putting in the sound here.
Believe. Believe.
Okay, I do want this sound here. Okay, let's find 41. Let's double click on this. Nope. Hope everyone's feeling good. On the home stretch here, I'm definitely feeling such a gratitude for everything, and so thankful that we're able to spend the time together in doing this. This is 7E take. What is this?
7 Franco. Take.
Oh, okay, Franco.
Right in the back, front the roll. Take 2, Mark.
I just take 2. Okay, so it's, if this was Franco, I think it was, which is 33, so I think it's 34.
Sound speed. Okay. Scene 7 Franco. Take.
Take 2. Okay. So
Right in the back, we're about to roll.
now I want the mom.
Okay, so, all right. Do we need to take a break or should we go again?
So warm. There's another one. So this, I want a mom. My son, my son. We're going to get that audio in. We want them to buy in that the mom is distraught and completely broken. Okay, and happy to see your boy alive, but also doesn't know what to do about it. It's this one that we want. Okay, and we're going to click this, control click, and tool align, right click. Right click auto align clips, a waveform sync. Wow, did I get it that on? I thought it was gonna sync, but I got it pretty dang close, so it didn't. Oh, let's just move it. Sometimes when you move up layers, it will go out. So if you hold the shift key and go in layers, it will lock to that constraint. So that's really important. You know, snapping is really important. Okay, so I have this. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna. This is another shot. I'm gonna disable the audio for this that we just put in. No, everybody always wants somebody else to do the audio, but sync up the audio. But you know, it's such a valuable life skill to learn. Maybe I can do this, blend that in. And I'm gonna check here. Just didn't go with it here. So I'll have to get that audio. So let's raise it up.
My son. Love you.
Mary, step back. Mary,
My son.
step back.
My son.
Mary,
My
don't let him go, Mary.
Okay, so I'm now gonna get 3440. I think we have. Sorry, 94 440. So it's this audio here. So if I duplicate this, is that what it is? Doesn't seem like it's much too.
Don't let him go, Mary.
Okay, that could be it. Alt, click on the audio to select the audio only, and I'm going to press D for disable. D. Okay.
Don't let him go, Mary.
So this one, the second one. Delete that. Sort of wondering, doesn't make sense that. Okay, let's keep it going. Let's see what this is. Oh. Okay, let's just auto. There we go. A big screen here. We're going to be screening with our special guest at 2 o'clock. So just letting you know, people are tuning in at polishing and well, in between and after that, we'll hear their feedback.
Go, Mary.
A bit louder than what she's saying.
Go, Mary.
Okay. Maybe I could raise this. Volume here. Okay. It's starting to shape up already, without any, just linking up the sounds. It's really bringing it together, the glue I was saying, It's really interesting to have done it without the sound. A lot of people work with the sound, and we really worked with video first and then adding this later. Actually, I want that. There's supposed to be they go, like, that's what triggers him, and I was never able to get it going here. I just want to see if at what point do they go? Is it here? Okay, so if I go alt click this is where they go to so I need to get that audio for that, and I think this is it here. Yeah, that's what it is. So there it is. All I need is this. Just got to sync this up. Fun syncing sound. I think that's me doing that. That can't be it. Okay, that doesn't sound like Avery. It sounds like me going, oh. Or Jake. I think it was Jacob. That was a Jacob sound. Okay, so I could, and then really want to, and then he turns around. So like even, I don't know. I just got to hold her. Maybe it's got to be faster. So let's give me this here. Oh, let's just do this. Nice. Did we get the audio for this? No, we need to. See, we did get it. I just accidentally deleted it. Okay. So let's get it. Okay, so our slate is saying 8A take one. We have that one for sure. 8A take one. 8A take one right here. And then we'll just auto. Wow. Thank you, Clayton. Don't need to go there. Out. In, out. I and O. And now let's just do this. That is this audio. I can now get rid of this audio. For just this time, I'm going to right click, unlink it, and then I'll just link it to this. So now I'm relinking it to the video clip. So that's this audio now. So at 2 o'clock, we're going to have our special guests. At 2 o'clock, people are wondering, our special guests are coming in at 2 o'clock. And so that means that we're going to screen the cut. And right now we're in the process of just polishing our cut. I didn't link it properly here. So by 2 o'clock, they will show our cut. Link. So let's see. Is it? See, it got shifted all the way. 7. Where's the link? That's where the link is. Get out. Okay, so if that was at 8, take 1. What is this one? So this is 8. Scene 8, take 4. 8, take 4. We know we have that. It's right here. We found it. So, oh, there's this. And we took it right after that. In. I for in.
Get out of here!
And O for out. We're going to sync this sound. So our special guests are on their way. So we just got to make sure to polish off these last few things so they don't get bumped here. Meaning that they get out of the film because we didn't round off this edge here. So 2 o'clock, we're really beating the clock here, making sure we squeeze every minute out of this that we can. All gas. We're all gas.
Get out of here!
Okay, that's good. Okay. Disable. Let's see if that lines up. Actually, it's a little bit off here. I'm just waiting for DaVinci. Okay, and plus. See. Maybe it trails off a little earlier here.
Get out of here!
Okay. So Alt, click that, delete, Alt, Control. Oh, the special guest has arrived. See, we got to hurry up. Okay, so now let's do this. Let's cross dissolve this. And see, what did I do here? I think this audio is wrong. Well, not wrong. I want to finish. I don't know if this is synced here. So he starts much earlier. I think I kept it going. I got to keep it going. Oh, now I just want to select the audio. I'll click. Okay. See, wrong here. That's what it is. I just got to bring that in. That's the case. So, and bring this out a little bit. I gotta make this polished.
Get out of here!
It's really off here. Not really, but I think I... Okay, what does it say here?
Get out of here!
Okay, it's just a loudness thing. Okay, so maybe I could not have this yell here, so I could preserve that. Nice, and then I could keep that. Okay. Special guest has just arrived. We're gonna see, just polish this off before he gets here. can do one final tweak. Okay, see that has to align. I have a gap here. Ooh, luckily we didn't show him this. It's been horrible. Okay, so 7, there's a little off sync there. There you go. Something got off synced. You gotta be careful. I'm glad DaVinci tells you. Pay attention to those. Don't let it slip up too much. Oh yes, see right here. 7 seconds. 7-second off sync. Something I pressed. It was only the second layer. Okay. Nice. So that's our first polish. We added a lot more sound effects and yeah. So we added more sound effects and just made it more, more polished. But essentially, we really want when our guests are watching it that there's nothing that gets them out of it, that they could at least try to watch as a finished cut as much as possible. So it's in much better shape than yesterday when we screened it for Frank. So now we put a whole other 6 hours in, and it's really shaping up to something a bit more solid. And there's no scenes that are just left unknown. But we'll see. Now it's a whole different perspective. Frank brought his perspective, and now we're gonna find out what our next special guest is, what he thinks. And well, actually, I'd like to introduce him. He just landed. His name is Matt Poitras, writer, director. Recently, there was the poster Bruce Peninsula here. It kind of went down a little bit, but he's the writer, director, and stars in Bruce Peninsula. But relative to us, Matt has also grinded it out for a year and edited his own feature film. So what we're doing here, 2-day shoot, he had 18-day shoot in total. 18 days, he confirms, 18-day shoot of finding the footage and all of that stuff. And he was able to do that because he edited his first short films. His 2 short films he edited also himself. So what a accomplishment, but also the foundation then a feature is just around the corner. And essentially he could come on up, Matt. Come on up. Hey, good to see you. I'm so glad you're here. Yeah, bring it in. So we've been having a blast for the past.
I've been watching.
Oh, cool. Right on. Okay, awesome. Yeah, peeking in. So this is the program. This is what's going on, and I'll be switching here between these 2 cameras. Here, I'll just do by boom here, so you could. It's the boom that we recorded the sound with on Bruce Peninsula as well.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, this is the boom. Does everything, this boom. Yeah. Awesome. Can you get a bit closer?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Let's try not to hog one of the cameras, but
there's not only people that have been on this feed for the whole time, but also think of it when we'll be putting this out as a workshop, that they'll be following along and they'll be at a similar place. And I don't know, I always think that it would be fun to peek into like James Cameron's post-production work, just here's the raw footage of Terminator, and just cutting around stuff.
Robert Rodriguez,
he's
got the whole, the original Avid setup. So
and cool whenever I would see his behind the scenes, I would always be like, I just want more of that, because he's such a creative, resourceful guy. So this was whatever it was a wild ride. You were on Wherever the Wind Blows as well.
Yeah.
So we heard your voice. We called you out a few times there when we saw you. And so that's cool that you know a little bit about the film, but you haven't seen anything, right?
Yeah. I haven't seen nothing yet.
Okay, that's awesome. But before we get into the cut, which I'll explain, maybe I've been asking filmmakers, especially and I'm calling filmmakers people that don't do just one role, right? It's like, what are you? You're just a filmmaker, right? Whatever role that has to be done at any point is what that is. So Bruce Peninsula was something. It also got a screening at Cinefest, world premiere. It was definitely a really big achievement. And so what was your process of like, if this is a grind, 40 hours for people, What do you have to say about that editing a feature film? And get a bit closer to the mic
For
here.
the editing, yeah, I'm gonna get a little closer this way too. So
Yeah.
I'm not even in the.
Yeah, there you go.
These people see my beautiful face here. Oh God. Yeah, what is it? I don't know. It's just it seems really daunting, but it's just like it's just a duration, you know. Like
Yeah.
it's the same as doing a short. It's just extra long, and yeah, it just takes a long time and just patience. But it's literally the exact same thing as doing a short film. Like I was very worried
Just
at first.
pause. I want to bring it back close. I don't want them. Sorry, people, you're going to hear the sound. Okay, good. Okay.
But yeah, it's the same as doing a short. Like the first, you know, I was thinking it took me like 2 months to sync the sound up because there's like I don't even know, there was like 16,000 clips or something like that, and like we didn't even use a slate. We just clapped, so that was very, very difficult. But it's fine. It saved us time on set. Like it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, once I got going on it, I was like, you know, I didn't know what was in store, so I'm like really worried. But as I was editing and starting to get in the rhythm and I had everything organized, I was like, oh, this is fine. And I didn't really have any problems. It was just, I had lots of problems, but like lots of, hardware and, you know, DaVinci BS. But
Yeah.
once you get going, it's the exact same thing. It's just on a bigger like scale. So
what was your technique of like, you have to find a way to be organized, and especially multiple scenes that are, what was your kind of thought process in like, okay, I have this massive chunk. How do you break it up so it's not so overwhelming for you?
I didn't break it up at first. I was overwhelmed, and then you actually showed me like, oh yeah, I've always been like that. Like the way, you know, you've seen my timelines and stuff. You're like, why are you using this tool? Why are you doing this? I'm just like, I don't know, it works, man. So like, you know, you can do everything your own way, and but there's a better way to do everything. And like footage that was synced up, I had just one timeline, and I would like pick my selects, bring them over, and I was building the actual film like all the way at the beginning of the time. Make duplicates and start, you know, making the scene in another timeline and bring it in. I don't know if you've been doing that a lot on this project, but that was a game changer. Being able to like, you know, bring in, make a fresh timeline just for it. Holy crap. Make it right at the beginning of the timeline, and then just like copy and paste it over to like a fresh thing. That was like really key for organization for sure.
Yeah. So we haven't done that much because no need to, but that's really good. Really big gem, people. Nested timelines, and I will show before we're saying that just like film reels were, you know, we have reel 1, reel 2, and reels are 11 minutes or whatever, because that's what you could do on a 1,000-foot mag on 35 mil. And so you break it up, your film, into reels. And so that's what you're suggesting, to each timeline is a reel or a scene or whatever you want to call it. And then they're pieced together onto a final assembly timeline.
Yeah, exactly. It just makes it so much easier, and it's so much easier in a computer too, because it doesn't have to like, you know, render the cache of the entire timeline and all the footage. So just like compartmentalizing everything, right? It's the same kind of mindset you have going in when you're making your bins and doing all that stuff. It's the same thing. And then once you have that process down, it's literally just doing the rest of it. It's that's the hard part, you know.
Yeah. So one thing, Bruce Peninsula. So I've been suggesting to people, we've been doing it. I'm just following this feed. I'm like, how is that still going here?
What's going?
How's that moving?
Are you doing your rendering out?
No, I'm watching this feed, and I guess it's so delayed, huh?
Well, it's all live streams are all like,
Yeah, there's
good
so.
amount behind.
Oh, okay. I'm not there. There we are. Okay, you are still there. That makes no sense. Sorry about that. So one last thing about editing Bruce Peninsula was that I suggest to people that they first just start to throw stuff on the timeline, get like the most linear thing that you could do, because we have to see a thread somewhere, right? Yeah. And instead of thinking about story and all of these beats, try not to waste kind of brain power into sculpting the narrative so much, but try to just get from start A to B So then when you watch it as a whole, you could start to think about the narrative. So is that how you approach Bruce Peninsula? I'm sure you put some scenes together, like once you saw the whole thing, you had to restructure for story, or did you have a different process?
I don't know. I think a lot of the film I kind of had in my head before even shooting it anyway, and I knew how I wanted to cut it together. So I tried that, but throwing something on the timeline, just getting it on there is actually a really good point. Because there's going to be stuff where you didn't anticipate or it didn't go the way you thought it would when you're filming it, whatever. So you're like, oh, I have to just kind of make this in the edit and figure it out on the fly. And for those that you can, there's many days out of like the year and change that I edited this that I would just like, I have no idea how I want to do this scene, and I'm just staring at the footage. But it's like as soon as you put one clip in and just get it over with, like then everything else kind of it'll inspire you for the next idea. Like you can't just sit there and get inspired by nothing when you're editing. So you just need to throw in a few things, make a cut, and then you're like, oh, maybe this could work better with this, and like, oh, now I have an idea. So it's like it's just doing the thing, and then hopefully you'll be inspired and do the rest.
Yeah, and normally when I don't have these marathon sessions such as this, and I say we're gonna have a rough, there is definitely some moments into this that I'm like, it just requires so much scenes, such as the dialogue scene. I'm like, I just want to walk away, and just I had to keep grinding it out and just, okay, we're gonna take out tomatoes and throw some tomatoes on this, and then it starts to work, and I'm like, okay, there's something there. But it takes so much motivation to like just start to think creatively when you're just like, oh man, this doesn't work, right? And so that was, especially for this marathon, was just like, there was for 3 days that dialogue scene, it was just like left untouched. I'm like, yeah, everything works except I'm not looking at that. So
dialogue is really hard. Yeah, that's the stuff, because it's not really like a visionary scene, really, right? It's just like I just thought the dialogue is the dialogue, and it's got to happen, and then you have to just do the work. So it's not really like very exciting to do, rather than like an action sequence where there's infinite possibilities and you're excited to like explore. Like, what if I put this scene first? But dialogue is just like, I know where this scene is going. I already see it, and I just have to do the work, and it's kind of like uninspiring. But
yeah,
you can't sleep on the dialogue scenes though. There's also an artfulness in cutting dialogue, and everybody's seen when you're watching a show and it's just like dialogue, somebody starts talking, cut to the other angle and stuff. But you can do stuff in between that and look for the interesting moments in the performances when you don't always have to be on somebody when they're talking. You can be on the other person, kind of like Alien 2, right? Is that Ridley Scott's Alien, the second one?
The first one is Ridley Scott. The second one is James Cameron.
That makes sense then. There you go. Because the second one was famous for that, right? Where they just never show who's talking. They're just showing the reaction. So there is still some stuff to do in the dialogue scene. So don't think about it so formulaically.
Yeah. And I keep saying last question, but you have so much knowledge of editing a feature, especially Bruce Peninsula, and the vibe in terms of the filming was very similar to Wherever the Wind Blows, because it was literally 2 weeks before we shot. This was middle of July, and we shot August 5th or something like that, Bruce Peninsula. And so our thinking was in that same vibe as Wherever the Wind Blows, which we're already having difficulty aligning shots with different takes, a different dialogue, and Clayton says something different here, does a different action, and you'll hear us through the live stream. We're like, damn it, or I didn't slate this, and I'm trying to find the audio. It takes 15 minutes when it should take 5 seconds, and so you must have had a lot of challenge, because not only you were purposely improvising, kind of every shot was different for the most part.
I don't say there wasn't that many challenges with like with the media. Like I didn't really have a lot of like at worst it was probably the same thing where you had to search for some sound for a little while. It wasn't so bad, but I think it was interesting editing. Well, hold on, Larry, a little closer, brother. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I think like it was interesting to different in another take and stuff. But it's like there's always a way. Like even in a lot of scenes when I'm thinking like this is cooked, this scene is done. Like there's nothing I can do with this. Like I'm saying something different here. I have nowhere to tie this in. But people don't have have the context when they're watching this, so you can kind of cheat and you can cut. You can maybe cut halfway into the sentence. I don't need the first part, so I like that style of, you know, you're not exactly saying the same thing every time. As you get such a wide variety of you know, choices to choose from.
But the editors don't like it.
Well, if you're editing it, who cares? But I mean, yeah, the editor, I hate God for my next project. If I have an editor, they're gonna be like, "Who is this guy?" But if you're editing your own stuff and you know your own vision, then yeah, I can get mad at myself. So
what time is it? It's 2:07. There was another special guest that was supposed to arrive at 2:00. I don't think they arrived yet. So maybe we could screen it and then we'll get them. It was maybe going to have at the same time. So thanks everyone for joining. We have our special guest, Matt Poitras, here. We were just chatting about his feature film, Bruce Peninsula, which has a world premiere at Cinefest this year and will be getting in a lot more festivals and doing but right now he's here to give us some feedback on our cut of Wherever the Wind Blows. We've been at it for more than 36 hours now. And so go gentle on us. It's very rough. I'm seeing it with all the effects done, all the sound done. And I'm like, okay, that works. But not knowing that, you know, it's very rough and I probably wouldn't show people right now.
like we get it. Like, you know, like we don't get taken out by the sound so much. Like if there's a hard cut or whatnot, like you see the vision. So obviously, yeah, I'll take that into account. That I know it's still really rough.
Yeah. So I do have to preface. Okay, so we're gonna try to bring the audio. So what I've been doing is I didn't even put music yet or anything like that. I just put a temp sound on my phone here, and just for you to get in there. And
editing off this the whole time?
No, I'm editing off this, and then it's just I want to send the feed to people, but yeah, I don't have
you need 2 monitors.
Oh yeah, that was my first thing I stressed to people. Definitely the monitor situation.
Yeah.
Is yeah, when you bought that or borrowed that monitor, that was such a luxury. What was it? The 30-inch or 28-inch?
27-inch. That's a good hack out there for people. Yeah. We did a lot of that for the Bruce Peninsula. I'm gonna advocate for that. You know, buy stuff on Amazon and then just return it after. Like, get your use out of it, and then just I didn't like it. You know, it's fine. You know, they make enough money. Like,
I agree.
We need to do what we got to do, and like for the color grading, what Matt's referencing. I don't know if you talked about this. We did the color grading, and we needed we couldn't find a space to do the color grading, so I ended up buying a pretty fancy color calibrated monitor on Amazon, and then we edited for a month with it, and then as soon as the last day I could return it, I was like, put that back in the mail, got my money back. So
that was so fun to color grade with something like the colors pop and the contrast is deep and just made a really big made such and it looked great in theaters. It looked great. Okay. Okay, so we go here. That is fed over there. And I'm just gonna load. You want to hold this for a second? And maybe while I load the music. Okay.
Has anybody else been editing anything while you're editing?
What's that?
Do you have any confirmation people are also doing some stuff? Yeah?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
We've seen Gagan Deep has also edited some stuff.
Okay.
And he showed me some cuts, and I actually borrowed. I'm like, whoa, I didn't think of that. Some in the source footage where I threw out those frames, he used those frames, and I'm like, oh, that's such a good look.
Yeah.
And so I did that a few times.
That's actually a really big, I guess, piece of advice that we could pass on is a few frames matters a lot. So when you're shooting, always remember, start a little bit of silence, end with a little bit of silence and stuff, because it's just a few frames could really save your butt many, many times. Just catching the end of a look or a motion that bleeds really nice into a totally separate shot that you can kind of fade. There's lots of times in the Bruce where you wouldn't expect two shots to go together, but they kind of have similar motions. So when you cut it and you're not, you're unraveled in the view, whatever, then you don't even notice. But we got to go in here, so
We got to go on
you want to put it
here, and then I'll have the music
right.
going.
This is a year and a half in the making here.
Yeah, I know. That's what I've been telling people.
2 years,
2
right?
years, yeah. Basically the same time as Bruce, right? I know, it's insane. That's what I was telling people. It took 2 years, but 5 days to get a rough cut.
Yeah.
So it's about the time you put in, right? Okay, so we're gonna go here, cross this off here. This is it. Oh, I need to put the sound that it comes out my speakers. Speakers. Let's go to speakers right here. Let's see. Okay. About to ready to go. Okay. Let's see. 3, 2, 1. There's a B.
So you want me to just watch the whole thing clean and then
Yeah.
chop? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Wind sound.
It's been 40.
Ah, there you are. A bee. Did you know that flowers and vegetables cannot exist without our little friend? Let me tell you a little story about tomatoes. There was once a gentle, humble gardener who grew the most beautiful, precious tomatoes he could. But what had happened was there was
The
an
insects?
infestation. So he tried. He tried everything so that that they wouldn't go after his tomatoes.
Stop.
So he tried
My
everything,
mom's tomatoes.
but nothing worked. So he gave up all hope, and he didn't do anything.
Grass starts to.
But then something miraculous
foreground.
happened.
What happened?
Well, what had happened was the insects started going after and
Grass in the
looking
foreground?
for the grass and the wildflowers. So they started going after that, and they left his tomatoes alone. So they thrived, and the gardener was very happy because his tomatoes were the juiciest tomatoes he's ever seen. Avery, life takes care of itself.
Such a nice car.
I know. This is mixing it. There's a nice Foley sound here.
JC.
That later was you. I get shout out to you.
Waiting for that. He's taking up the whole house in there.
We've been waiting. I'm ready.
Put this thing out. You can't smoke cigarettes in the house.
Great shot.
Such a poster shot. Eh?
Where's the body? It's not too late to help us.
I want my clothes off.
You can take your money back. Where is it?
I don't want my money back. I want my son.
That's that.
So I'm gonna get him back.
Sean, look. Do not bring anything back.
John Pope can bring back.
Yeah.
Oh, this is great.
Right?
This is awesome.
Upload. Sean, look.
Tell me you used the one. You
You
did.
did it. I know what kind of guy you are. Parasite. Preying on a grieving mother. For what? Some stupid potty trick? He's dead. Okay? Dead. His body, separate from his soul. He's not coming back.
He's a kiss of death.
That's so good.
Another eight. Dexter in Bruce Peninsula.
Yes. He's a star.
He was busy that summer, eh?
Yeah.
He's always busy, actually. Black Phone, too, also. I just added that before you came in.
Please. Please. My son. You're here. Love you.
Mary,
My son.
step back.
My son.
Mary, don't let him go, Mary.
My son.
Get out of here!
He sells it so good.
So good, eh?
So good.
Yeah. So, like, these two actors, Nev and him, like, stars. Everybody is. Hanging out of the SUV.
Yeah, that was good.
Green
I
grass,
can see all the effects.
moss. Yeah, that's why I can. I hope you can. Yeah, moss. As she gets closer, and then her and a bee lands. That's why she gives a smile.
Wow, that's cool. I didn't see anything after. Obviously, I wasn't there for the
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Okay, so I didn't
exactly.
see anything after
Should I
that.
change my audio here?
That's cool.
Okay, one sec there. I want to
God,
get
that's
your
so
feedback.
good.
So good. So good. Okay, I just want to make sure the speakers are there. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Just want to transition here.
So this is why it's so interesting. Like, was it 2 days and then lecture day, right? I was there for the first 2 days.
Yeah.
And I watched every shot.
Okay. Ooh, much better. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that it's interesting because I was there for the 2 days. It's not the reshoots, and I saw every shot that was being filmed, so I constructed my own movie in my head, and it's really interesting to see like your cut and what's coming out of your brain. Like
So my wish is that when people get this workshop, they're going to have this footage as well. And imagine the films that they're going to do in different ways. I've already seen Gagan do. I'm like, whoa, I did not like. He had something where she opens the lid in between. He put a series of shot and then closed the lid, and it was just so poetic. It was so like totally did not expect. So what? Okay, so how did you manage it?
How did I imagine it?
Yeah.
I mean, pretty much the same. It's just the choices of like, you know, when to cut to and stuff like that differs between people. Yeah. So that's what I find interesting. It's pretty much what I imagine. It can, you know, make some suggestions and because that's the thing about editing, right? It's like you make it, you get a million different opinions, and you ignore a million different opinions. You just pick the ones that you like. So it's like you got to open the floodgates to all the not criticisms, but you know, like ones you like. So
and also I had to try so many things to get to here. So, and you don't know that you're just like, oh, okay, now I can pick it up from here, right? So it's just so refreshing. And we're gonna get into maybe your potential cuts there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that because I also know the source footage too, so I'm like, oh wow, where's that? Like I want to see that, right? So that's interesting because everybody has, when you're filming, everybody will remember a certain moment and be like, I'm excited to see this shot and whatnot, and they might have different they'll have different things they're looking forward to than you do, or like images in their mind that.
Might as well that you were there. That really is helpful. That you're like, okay, that shot does exist. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna go. This is so awesome. Can I ask you a few questions before we go deep dive? So, I guess the main question is: did you know that there was a dead boy in the house?
Yeah, you showed it. I did forget, and then that is one of my notes too. Is like I think instead of showing that side angle of him, I think you should just the first time you see the extra should just be that top angle.
Okay.
Because then you can just cut back to, because like I like that shot a lot too or you could double tap it as well and use it twice.
I'm hesitant of doing it.
It's a lot more powerful because like obviously I know, but he's also breathing in that shot.
Well, yeah, that's the VFX I'll have to fix. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, you caught it. Yeah.
But it's it's like I don't know.
Seriously, before we started rolling, it's 6 seconds or 3 seconds before, slowed it down, stabilized it. You know.
That's what I mean about those. We could also just do a freeze frame with no movement.
Yeah. Well, the candles are flickering, so I'm gonna do like freeze frame at the bottom, and then have the candles flickering. So
true. What I've been doing actually a lot for because I've been editing another film in the ScriptFest universe, Dodger Dave.
Yeah.
A big technique we've been using a lot is taking like 2 frames and then just duplicating it a ton of times. Just when there's like tiny motion, like trees and stuff like that, and then you just loop it a bunch of times and make it into a compound clip. And there's so much stuff we got away with where you're like, I wouldn't even have known this is like a static image.
That's the Star Wars trick, right?
Oh, really? I didn't know. What did they do that for?
So George Lucas, one with the Raider, or what are they called? Oh, yeah, I forget what they're called now. The sand people. They go with their guns.
Oh, okay.
It's literally the end frame where he goes, and then that was the frame. And so George Lucas just duplicated doing this several times, and it's like famous in Star Wars. They're like, oh yeah, the people that go like this, but it was a complete mess up.
That's what I mean, man. You need those extra frames at the end. Like those are invaluable. They're really good.
Okay, so let's duplicate. I have timeline number. Okay, yeah, I do want to ask you a question. That's the other one.
Yeah.
So, okay, you said a different shot. Maybe try the top shot. Do you think? I know it's hard to imagine, but the starting is there's enough tension. Do you feel that they're grieving, or does it throw you off the story about the tomatoes? Like, my only concern is that Avery, in my head, is that she doesn't know what death is, right? So she's kind of not grieving as much. But does that throw it off that they're like it doesn't feel as tense? Does it ruin the moment? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, I don't think so. I think the only thing that we're missing from the beginning is that like we're seeing the whole film through Avery's eyes, right?
Yes.
And we don't really.
Okay.
And I think there's a couple changes. Like I think if you during the montage, if you cut back to her biggest reactions,
Nice.
that's that.
That's so good.
I think, but I mean, it's
To
just,
ground it back into the reality that we are in.
yeah, because we need to. This is a very much a character thing, right? Like we're with her the whole time. But even before that, I think. What do you think about starting the first frame being the wind chimes?
We could. We could. We could. I just love that it goes wind chime and then to the body. Like it goes, there's wind chime, body. I also like that it's the first image mimics the last image where
That's
she
true.
captures the bee and then at the end the bee is free.
How much time do we have on the first clip before she shows up? I guess you could like duplicate, but I think it was like,
Because don't forget there is a bee here.
yeah, no, there is a beat. That's what I mean. Like if the beat is gonna be there, that's
Yeah.
like I think we need like 3 more beats, preferably
Oh,
before she comes,
Okay.
like just to sink
No
in,
problem.
like what's
Yeah.
going on, because she
Yeah,
kind of comes
yeah.
right away, right?
Right. There you go. I like that. So let's do that. Really good notes. Okay. Do I have more here? Okay. Jake, what's the accuracy again? Okay, I need to message him there. See if I have any more on this. What is that? I can't stop. Alt Y. Oh,
Oh yeah, you got some more.
yeah, that's more. Just trying to grab everything.
You use the dynamic trim.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. So he knows this. He knows it. He's been through the masterclass of his own.
You guys been talking about tools a lot and stuff.
Yeah. Every time I use a tool, and it's interesting because I'm just going to introduce the tool when I use it, and now so far we've been kind of using every tool. Why is this not T?
It's gonna go the other way, I think, right?
Well, we want more of it. I'm going to go.
Well, yeah.
Okay. So let's see here. How much time is that? So that's
That's nice. And I think honestly, just let me know what you think about this. If you want to give it even more time in the beginning, dynamic zoom out a little bit just to give it some motion or something, because it is moving a little bit, and I kind of like that fact that it's moving a bit.
I'm just going to reset here. Okay. Yeah, there's a bit of.
Which I mean, I think that'll stabilize out, no problem.
Yeah.
Another tip too for the stabilizer, if anybody's doing this, is you can mess around with there's 3 different ones. If you're shooting on Blackmagic, there's 4 ones. They have a camera gyro setting, but the 3 tools, perspective, similarity, and translation, they're good at different things and different circumstances. So just try it out.
See the up and down, that would maybe be translation.
Yeah.
It's a good note. Okay. So
what happened with there was other shots, right, of this?
Yeah.
This is just the one that you liked?
We started our assembly that we had all the shots, which I'll go back and get them. I just found, again, for the move, she was smiling the whole time, and yeah, there was just. But let's try it. Would you want to see them?
Let's see what else we got, because I think this is our main character, right? We haven't seen her fully yet.
That's right.
And
That's
like
right.
we need to reveal that, I think, right away.
Okay. That's a really good point.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. One. Going back in the archives.
Back in. But yeah, I mean, editing is very logical in that way, where it's there's like you have to find the rationale for things and the purpose for. Obviously, I'm not saying this to you. I'm just saying for the viewers. Yeah, like there you need this.
We have other ones as well. But so there's that.
So we don't see the ground yet. Like that could be also like where is it? I guess we have to see everything, right? So
that's kind of a longer bit.
instead of cutting to the ground, the one you have, you cut to the one where you can see the chalk, just for like 1 second.
This one here?
You cut to just the beginning of that one. Yeah. Then you cut to maybe the action. Like the viewer doesn't know the space. I think it's just if you're going to show this kind of shot, that the
So this one, you grab a piece of that before that.
yeah.
And do you think this one is worth?
I don't think so. I would, or you could even cut that. You could even just go from chalk a couple hops right into the door. Because look at that. That actually looked good. Didn't have to either. What's the? I mean, you
And I
could
just see her back, but also
what's after that? After
the
the
wind chime.
wind chime. Yeah, you could go you going wind chime Dexter.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good.
So let's grab this here. So I'm just gonna grab this one as well, just in case.
Yeah. But if anybody's wondering, the reason why I'm suggesting this is because it's the same type of shot, right? Is we see her legs, we see the ground and stuff, but it's I think it's a more pleasing image. So they do the same thing.
Yeah, I just like the shadow. That's just a cinematographer in me. But yeah, no, I agree though that she is a character, right? If we need to know that right away.
Yeah, well, I think if we're not going to go, actually, you know, if you're not at the door, was the shot of the door in the rough?
No, it was not. No,
Yeah,
the one I showed you was not in there.
So yeah, I mean, if you're not going to show the door, then use because she turns the corner, right, and she hops away. You could use like a wide, just a few seconds of that instead of the door. You don't have to see that she's going inside, right?
Right. Okay, let's just see here. Paste that in. Okay, that's fine. Paste it there. Okay. Whoa. Tomatoes there. Working with a lot of layers too, eh? Okay. I grabbed everything. Alt Y to grab it. See, it's so weird. It doesn't grab that. Oh, it's on auto selector. Okay, I get it. Okay.
The DaVinci 20 thing.
Well, I think it's in the other ones where you choose where to paste. I just don't really know.
Oh, that I haven't used that yet since it's so annoying.
It's really not intuitive, and I don't like using it. So I kind of showed people, but I'm like, I also never don't figure it out.
If anybody has any issues with their editing and stuff, let me know because I have been through trial and fire.
I should do the relinking course. I haven't touched relinking yet.
Problem solving course. That's literally me. I've been through some stuff that Matt, you know, he's obviously been editing way longer than I have, and he's like, I don't even know what this is, and I don't know why this is happening, and I somehow found there's always a way. Like even if you think like, damn, this whole timeline is just done. You know, this doesn't make any sense. I don't know what's going wrong. Like nobody on Reddit or Google can help you out. Like you'll figure it a way if you just keep banging your head against the wall.
How much do you think?
That's not bad. Like.
Let's see here. I'm just gonna give you more real estate.
Like I
Okay, so she leaves, and then this should want to.
I think you can go feet, and then I like just the end of that.
The starting is not good at this shot.
Yeah.
It just moves, and it's like right here.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Like you can probably cut the door too if you want to cut the door, or you could. Well, I guess we'll have to see.
Because let's see here. F. So let's see what other shots do we have. So we have from.
like yeah. What about the original clip that you used? I don't know if there's anything.
Yeah, I should see it. That's, I like the grass in the front here, but the original clip is this I used.
What's the end of it?
She goes off all the way. I have her all the way, and then I have the wind coming.
Yeah, I like her exiting better on the other one. I guess that's enough. It's three shots. Like, I don't know. I think I would personally do
The face shot here.
well, I would do like the flower shot, feet, and you see the chalk, and then I would end just like I would start this clip like here.
Which clip? Oh, this one?
This one I would start it like on her last few hops
So you see her, yeah.
because we already have the context, right?
I
And
see, I see.
it's nice when movement is huge too when you're editing, right? People exiting and entering the frame.
Love it. That's what I've been showing people. Cut on action is so important. Okay, and then you were saying the chalk shot.
I'd put the chalk shot first for that one
Because she goes.
because the viewer doesn't know the space yet.
Okay.
Like we don't. This is if that's the first.
Before this is the shot.
Oh, because you still have the other thing
Yeah.
in. I mean, if you like it, I was just saying to try it without this shot at all.
Okay. So you're saying she jumped.
Like it goes from flower shot to this shot, and then obviously you can pick a better. You maybe can use a couple more seconds of it, or I'm not sure.
That's really what it is. It turns into.
Yeah.
Not that we have to use like that, but
Yeah.
that's what it's.
She's our main girl, right? She's just not very like she doesn't have a lot of agency in this.
No.
In the story, so it's like we need to witness some her do some things to get a sense of her character, because I think that's like a belief that I have, is that like character, like not the character but like what the character stands for, how they are and whatnot, is only observable through action, and you can't insinuate how you want your character to be. You have to show it, right?
That's
And
right. Okay, so let's see. So we have this 3D door. We'll see.
I don't think so, but we'll try it out.
So disable that. So we have the shot, and let's see. She looks away. She goes over there. I think we need to.
I think you would have to start with that shot.
Really, eh?
Yeah.
Just the direction. Oh, let's see. I'm gonna see what else we have afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have the jump. What was this shot? Oh, that's a door shot. Come on. It's up. It's there.
Like you don't think the flower shot will go into this shot?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I kept this one. My bad. Okay. So it's just coming. Let's see before. There she gets up.
Like that kind of. I mean, I think you'd have to start the other clip a little bit earlier.
This one?
To get her, just to get like one. No, sorry, not that clip. The well, I suppose that one
Should I
too.
remove
Might
her
as well,
feet
yeah. But for the next clip,
Yeah.
just so you can see her do like at least one good hop.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense right now. Because she has 2 feet down. Okay.
Oh, this is the Da Vinci Classic here.
Yeah, I know.
Not respond.
Some people are just like, does this. Okay. She turns around. Because before she looks down, right? So then she goes here. I think her looking down makes it. And then we could try the door. Maybe not. We'll see.
Yeah, I think I agree with you with the door.
Yay or nay the door?
Yeah, nay the door.
Yeah, just her back, eh?
Yeah.
And I just don't like it. Okay, so let's play this back here.
Yeah. And the editing of magic too is cutting out context of like how somebody gets from one place to another.
I think it's just that she has to not run away. She has to be like she's going to another one here. Because we have to be jumping into this. Because she's in.
Oh,
there.
that looked good. Did you see that?
It's just slightly
Right on her jump.
She has to be taken off.
Yeah.
So I just need a few more frames. 15 frames here. Okay, so as she's up here. So she lands and then do this. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
Getting somewhere.
Okay. We'll have another special guest at 3:00, and potentially 2 special guests. There's supposed to be.
Time is it?
Yeah, there's good, useful, like already that. This is awesome. You're definitely more connected to the character.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean,
that kind of flow is nice.
It does.
I just. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Is it? Let's try it. Just because her eye line looks like she was going back to skipping. Let's see. Maybe you're right. So let's get her exit right. Yeah.
I'm just asking because it's interesting. Everybody's like, you see an image and it could like you can interpret it in different ways, right? I don't know. She kind of does like a little run. Like she's like,
Does
I'm
it
getting.
not look like she's going down?
To me, it looks like she's finished her jumps and she's just doing a little run out of there.
Okay. Just watch it back.
Like editing is tough too. It's you're so convinced of something and
That's
then
it, bro. That's
you like
nice.
that?
Well, I just like that we're more with her.
Yeah.
Right. Because my thing was, when you get to the inside out, really you don't know, and you get a big close up of her, but we're not connected with
That's
her.
what I mean.
So I think I like that now. She has that. So let's just see that one more time here, and maybe we could do another beat there. So
like that's why I was saying dynamic zoom too, because like I imagine there's a bee there if you start a little closer to the bee and then you zoom out, but that's the option. Like
see how well you can do the special effects.
Yeah, I will see that part.
More resolution.
I mean, worst case scenario too, like if you can get Jake Savard to animate a little bee, you know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff is awesome.
True, right? It's true.
Like
I really like this. I really like this.
Yeah, I think it's good too because it's such a contrast of like before it was like a lot more of like a David Fincher somber kind of thing, but like I think that shot too. If you cut to the top down shot of Dexter, it's like
and I will try it, but the reason why I didn't try it is that I really like when he says, "Where's the body?" and then we see the body clearly.
Yeah.
But let's try it. I just don't want it to lose the impact of that.
Yeah. Well, you could also just like vary how much you zoomed in.
Yep. Yeah. For sure.
Like wait. So this shot. Do you have another shot of Dexter like this?
Well, many. Here's the source footage here. He's kind of breathing throughout. I have this here.
So what's the one in the original that you have?
Original.
Like in the cut that you showed me, what's the close up of Dexter that you have?
Okay, so
when JC goes in. So where's the body? I see that. Yeah. I mean that's a good shot to cut to too. I suppose. Is there anything you can grab from before action on that close up? Because I think if you start close up, I agree though. I really like how it starts.
You're saying double, so do close up then.
Well, I just see if there's a frame you can grab without what was his name again?
Dexter.
No, Ryan.
Ryan, yeah.
Without Ryan in the shot, if you could zoom in, just to differentiate a bit. But yeah, that is like where's the body into the bag on the thing. That's hot. So
So you're saying this shot, the close up one of that, right?
I was thinking the top down.
Oh,
So the
okay.
same shot as Ryan, but if there's a few seconds before he's in the frame,
Yeah.
because that's something you can freeze frame, right? Like he's dead.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna just try this quickly here. Okay, so let's Alt F that shot.
What's all F2?
Alt F brings you directly to in the media pool, to the shot in the media pool, so then I could pull from the source footage.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
It's really helpful.
Yeah.
So let's see. He's breathing. So I'm trying to get with him.
Like anything like with his eyes closed, you can just take a still of that, I think. And then zoom into like, oh, I just saw something you can use. Go back.
Right.
Yeah, something like that. But you don't have anything where he's more centered, like the one you actually used.
Oh, that's the first take. Yeah.
I guess it'll be centered, but like there,
Right here.
like right before he comes in. Yeah, I think you could use that.
Okay, I'm gonna put that in.
And then if you zoom in, obviously to cut out the side table, center him up. I think it could work. We should obviously shot this.
Yeah.
Really?
Cool job.
No way.
100%.
Wow.
We couldn't the anamorphic lens and all that to get that high. We just the iPhone on C-stand.
That's insane. And what were you shooting at? 1080p or 4K?
4K, 60,
Oh, okay.
60 times.
There you go. So when you're shooting 4K, you can zoom in so much. And if you're delivering this like to a festival or something like that, they're not shooting it. They're not screening it in 4K. So you can crop in ×2 easy and get away with it.
Yeah, we've been doing that.
So yeah, so don't be afraid to be like, oh, I'm gonna lose resolution. Like, there's so many shots in the Bruce where we're zoomed in like a lot and nobody notices.
Okay, we're gonna drop. I'm curious to see what this looks like here. So, this.
Oh, this isn't even zoomed in yet, is it?
No, it's not.
Da Vinci. Do you talk about playback options and render caching and stuff?
No, not much of that.
Oh, that's a good. Yeah, like I think if you, when you're only zoomed in 1.5, like that's so awesome.
Yeah. Does he look at it? And then
Yeah.
Okay, and then it won't be that.
Yeah, because I see what you're saying by double tapping. I think now it's a little bit different that it could warrant it if you like this.
Yeah.
Because it's not exactly the same. You could even do that.
Okay.
Have you talked about keyframes yet?
Yeah, I did that
Okay.
today. We talked about keyframes. We did a lot of that today with the audio, so that was good.
Mm-hmm.
I obviously want to have all of your feedback, but we do have some special guests downstairs that have to rescreen this. So can you rapid fire some other thoughts?
For sure. Can you play it back ×2 or something? Well, obviously, like I said, one of them was in the tomato montage, cutting back to her reactions.
Love
Like, it's really good.
Yeah. Okay. Very fast, So
I like that. That's good. I would like anything else that's going on, like the cutting the watermelon was good. If there's anything else too, like
have clean eating again. Like maybe I go to her.
maybe. I had to see that, but yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't have too much cutaways.
Yeah.
That's the
I think you could maybe cut some lines too on the tomato. You know, it's like 20% of your film.
Yeah.
Um,
Slide this over.
So right before I really liked. I know there's a window. He's here.
Okay. Okay. And then good. It's almost
I don't know if you need the whole thing either of him driving up.
move and edit and just everything blows
Yeah.
up. Thank God we didn't get a timeline.
This is why you do it. 'Cause,
Oh my God, I'd be so mad if I
Yeah.
didn't look at my timeline right now.
downstairs, right? You can probably cut right into, like, instead of showing that that's 3 shots, right?
Yeah.
I would just like get them as they're walking up. This is also obviously awesome.
Yeah. Boom. See, that's the double tap here.
Yeah, this is a good. Yeah. So if there's any other shot too, then the 3 stack, like if you have a close up, you can kind of see them also above. That would be great to start on that one. I'll pause it for a second. For this conversation, I think you can use a snip. I think it's
And then go into her.
it might work better that she's, because you're a kid, you don't really understand. Like rather than hearing every conversation, you just get or mumble it, or you just get a snippet of it.
Yeah.
Just to, you know something's wrong.
Right.
This is obviously great.
Such a good idea.
Love this.
Okay, repair sides.
I think honestly too, and everything after he leaves is like is great. Yeah, as much of her as we can get in this, I think, is great. As much of Dexter too as we can see would be awesome.
That's a good note. I feel like I need more of Dexter.
Yeah, it's like, we put so much. When you make a film, you put so much effort into a certain sequence or a certain effect or whatever. It's like, let's see as much of it as we can.
Yeah. I know we're cruising by there.
Yeah, I don't have any notes after he leaves. I think it's pretty great.
Those are such good
I
notes.
mean, also, actually, I have one more. You could, I would probably, when it's, so I would hold on this shot as long as you can, and then I would cut right to them running.
Right. Yeah, okay. It was weird because he's going this way and they're coming this way. It was a weird match cut that it was like, wait, if he's going this way, they're going, it just felt wrong direction. And so that's why I cut back, but I'll try it again.
Yeah, just something to think about.
Yeah. And so they're there. And
Or you could even cut to that shoe shot.
well, maybe, yeah.
And then,
It's just that I lose Uncle. I need to get rid of Clayton.
oh, he's not there. I see.
He needs to split off.
This is awesome. I can't wait to see what this looks like with the finished effects and everything. Like, but yeah, I think everything's great. I think it's like just dirties of the scene and what the scenes are about. And obviously this is still like, yeah, like just two notes like that, it can go a long way. It can really can influence like the whole thing. Just looking at it through a different lens.
Yeah.
That would be the lens that, as a viewer, I want to see the film, right, through Avery. I want to see as much of Avery as I can, of Dexter as I can.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Wow, that's again such good feedback. Such good feedback. And now it's that pacing, right? It's finding what is that pacing, and it's about being with your characters as much as possible.
You got the pacing right. It's just like we're learning the things we need to learn, like when it needs to happen, and then we're like things are happening in a good,
Yeah, I'm always hesitant of that tomato scene. As you can see, it's could be lagging, but also it could also make it the film more interesting.
Yeah.
By having it if it's done right and not so cheesy and stuff.
Yeah.
So I was really worried about obviously the delivery, but if she's not on camera, then it's actually I could really hone that in.
Yeah. I think it's more just boiling it down to the important lines and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
There might be some things in the fable you can cut around.
The thing would be to re-record the voice with her.
You could.
Because she does mess up a few lines, and that's the best I could get out of her.
Yeah.
But really, she should say, then there was an infestation of tomato, and instead of like, she says it kind of multiple times indirectly. Yeah, that would be a re-recording thing. I love the idea of cutting back to Avery, like, oh yeah, you're like, oh yeah, that's right. that's the world we're
Yeah,
in.
that's what we want to see, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And that's how you get her character. Like we would know nothing about how she thinks of her grandma.
Yeah.
But if you cut back to her and she's like
she's interested.
smiling,
Yeah,
editing, it shows that she thinks her grandma's wise and
Yeah.
that she likes her. Right?
yeah, yeah. Awesome. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah.
Dude,
Cool,
I'm
man.
excited. This is awesome. I'm really excited. I was looking forward to this a lot, seeing it come to life. So
Yeah.
I'm really happy you're taking the time to do this and
It feels so good.
sharing the knowledge with the people, because
Well,
editing is just like you're on your own. It's you know, you're literally on your own. I was in the basement
Yeah.
for a year.
I
straight,
know,
and,
I know. So what a grind. But also I love it so much. You know, the more we go into it and the footage and the rough cut is just like, oh, there's really something special here. And it's just like, oh, but it also needs so much more polishing.
Yeah. Well,
And
gets there.
yeah, exactly. With some valuable feedback, it just kind of wastes time of me trying a bunch of stuff and you're like, just the note of Avery needs more time at the start. It's like, of course, yeah, you know. And it's interesting because I had that shot, right? I cut it out because I'm like, no.
Yeah.
It's interesting because our mind fills in. It's like, no, it's too much.
Well, it's all preference, right?
Yeah.
It's just like it's those were just like my instincts, and like
Yeah.
editing is just going off instincts, right?
Absolutely.
And like same way you have the instinct with tomato, where you're like, I know there's something up with that. Like you got to listen to that rather than just be like, you know, you can't always have what you have in your head, and you can have it your way. Like you got to follow what you feel.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong, but you got to listen to what you're feeling. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, brother. Cool. I'm going to screen this one more time with another group of people, and we'll see. Now it's going to be 3 people that we screen it to, so it will be interesting now to like triangulate what is the issue.
Yeah.
And you all brought up different things. So awesome, bro.
But at the end of the day, if you're editing, it's always your last call, and always do what you want, because you know you gotta obviously, you know, it's your product. You gotta put yourself in it. So you know, even if everybody is like, I hate that, just and you love it,
if you love
put
it,
in,
right? Because that's your style, right? That's the style. Yeah. Cool.
All right, man. Well, I'll let you
Awesome,
go.
man.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thanks for having me. We'll do another session soon too. After you've done all your sessions.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I need even more feedback. Like that was so good. We could easily done a few hours. Okay, everyone. That was Matt Poitras. Let's give him a round of applause. What an incredible feedback session. That was really good. We have our other special guests lining up. Thanks, James. James said, hell yeah. Heavens yeah. Thank you, James. And everybody else that joined online. It was really fun to screen it to Matt, that expert eye who's done Bruce Peninsula. And so we're just going to take a little breather. I do need to get some water and get our guests here set up. So I will just set up my little notes here. We're going to be, oh my God, past 2:15. 3:15, folks. 1:05 p.m. with guests. Okay. I'm going to OBS this. And I go here. Blender. Okay. Transition. Thanks, folks. We'll be back at 3:15. Hello. Hello. Putting my microphone back on. Let me get my other camera on. Hello, everyone. Hello. We're back. That was such an exciting session with Matt Poitka. What great feedback that we got from him was, as I was saying, it's just so insightful to get other people's perspective on this, and especially somebody that has edited before, such as a feature film like Bruce Peninsula and two of his short films, Closure and Bad Apple, and also that he was there on the shoot, so he was able to suggest some really great ideas because he knew the shots as well, and it was random that we were saying. But now we have two other guests that I want to introduce to you. I'm going to bring Sarah here, Sarah Graton. You're a local stunt coordinator here in Sudbury?
Yes, Sudbury based.
Sudbury based. Here, I'm going to show you here a camera. We have this camera and this camera. So there you go. Hey, say hello to everyone.
Hello. I hope everyone's having a good afternoon on this cold day.
That's right. It's not cold here, though.
Not in here, no. It's like the Sahara Desert in here. It's nice.
That's how we like it when we edit. We need to be warm. So you came by at the perfect timing. And so people have been following us on this live feed since Monday and have also potentially been doing this at home through workshops that will be available afterwards. So they're in the last home stretch here. And we're all really excited to hear your thoughts on what we've done with our film. But before we go in, I just want to kind of highlight what you've been doing around town.
So I'm also the owner of Rise Above Martial Arts, again, a Sudbury-based martial arts studio. And we do Kuksu Hapkido for ages 3 and up. And then recently I have taken on the position of being a stunt coordinator on the Star Suckers project that was filmed in Lively this year with Matt and Larry and the rest of Script Fest. So very excited to get to know you guys better and share my feedback today.
Yeah, that was such a special day when you came. So Star Suckers is a feature film that I was the cinematographer. I had the privilege to be the cinematographer. The Butler brothers are the producers, directors on it. And we had an amazing crew from our Script Fest crew. And we got to meet you there. And in a whole day, we did all stunts. And the day choreographed everything. And we were shooting something, differently. And we kept kind of seeing you with the actors in the background. And I had no idea what you had planned other than like, it looked like you were really practicing something pretty detailed. And it took us the entire day to shoot, and I loved every moment of it. But what was your approach to doing an entirely fight scene where there was a lot of beats to it?
First of all, I went into it not knowing what the ability of the actresses were. So when I initially looked at the script and kind of mapped out the location, I went through each action move and I wrote down 1 to 3 options. So I chose a beginner option, an intermediate option, and then an advanced option. So then the day I actually got to choreograph and train the girls, Jersey and Manon, I would have different options and not have to on the fly think or modify something. I already had things pre-prepared, but thankfully they were very athletic and they had a lot of yoga and Pilates and workout experience, so they were very athletic and we were able to do some pretty advanced stuff, some flying side kicks and some roundhouse kicks to the head and different mount positions. So it was really awesome. But honestly, the Butler brothers were great to work for because they were so flexible and so open to my creative feedback. It made it really easy, and I think everyone just got along so well that it was just a team effort. It was very easy, a lot easier than I anticipated, to be honest. It just all came together.
It was when you're saying they're like, okay, and then we're gonna flip them on the ground. I'm like, oh my, this is going to be so much time to get it going. And then they just like, I'm like, whoa, and can they do that again? They're like, yeah, no problem. And then they just do it. I was so blown. I'm like, how well you trained them and how confident they had into every move we're doing, and they knew every beat. And yeah, kudos to you for setting something up so great. What in your back at the martial arts studios? I guess that's because you trained a lot of kids, right? So you could explain it much simpler.
Exactly. I've been training for 22 years and teaching for 18. And I've taught as young as 3 years old, and I've taught as old as 73 years old. So I've really learned how to teach all age levels, skill levels, and even body types. So I'm pretty talented, if I say so myself,
Yeah,
at being
I think
able to
so.
adapt to each person's needs. So I
Yeah.
think that came in handy that day.
I think one of the, and I see this in you as well, or especially in you, what we're doing here and trying to get people to be motivated about editing is that discipline of we're doing 8 hours, or we're not stopping at 5 o'clock, we're stopping at 6 o'clock. We start at 10 and we do the whole 8 hours. There's no any other excuse other than we have to put in the time. And you said 22 years to get, so can you talk to us about the discipline that it requires to get to that level? Your 4th degree black belt, that is one step away from masters of black belt. So what does it take to get that, and talk to us about discipline?
Yeah, for sure. I think when I think about discipline, I think about sticking to the plan, not the mood. And, there's days that I wake up and I don't want to do martial arts. I don't want to go to work. I don't want to train. I don't want to do these things. But I know in the long scheme of things that I'm going to be happy if I do it, and just showing up with the energy you have that day. So not necessarily, if you don't have 100% in the tank, that's okay. If you have 60% in the tank, give that full 60% that you do have, because, repetition is what makes a skill. And the more you do it, the more skills you have, and people will recognize that.
Well said. Was there a point in your 22 years that you were on the brink of quitting, or you quit, or was there a moment like that for you?
I had a personal falling out with a previous coach. It was a very toxic relationship in my eyes and my perspective, and I didn't really know what to do moving forward. I felt very conflicted. I didn't know if I wanted to quit. I didn't know if I wanted to quit and then try a different style. I just felt pulled in multiple directions. Especially at the time, I was only 18, 19, and I was a 1st degree black belt. So opening a club at that point seemed a little too soon, but I ended up connecting with my now instructor, Master Chuck, and knowing my limits and playing within it, kind of thing.
What a great story of, you could have quit because of a personal reason or anything like that, but also to not take things personal, and to, like, you're not going to squash my dream, and because you could have easily been the victim in this situation where this relationship is toxic, I can't go on like this. Yet you talked about opening up a club. When did you open up a club? It sounds like you opened up when you were very young.
No, so I thought about opening it when I first left, but then I ultimately decided I still needed more experience in the business world. Yes, I had lots of experience in the martial arts world, but like the logistics of opening and running a business. So I actually just opened in January of 2024. So I'm going on my 2nd anniversary. So
Congratulations. So you now opened up, it's your own club that you have, and you're teaching people your own way, and this is all from your willing to do martial arts and teach people.
Exactly. So we do the style Kuksul Hapkido, and we have a curriculum that we follow, but the approach I take with my students is very holistic, which is very different, especially when we talk about like old school martial arts and scrubbing the floor with the toothbrush when you don't listen to your instructor and things like that. So we kind of take our like Korean lineage and terminology, but also bringing like a new school athlete first approach.
Nice. In where I went to school, the American Film Institute, it was all about, if you want to be a professional and taking professional, then be professional, right? If you're not on time, you're late. And if you're 15 minutes early, you're on time. And all of these care of, and always calibrate your equipment, and all of this stuff, that this is what professionals do, right? And if you want to be treated like a professional, then to how you teach your students.
Oh, Most definitely.
Yeah.
I actually had a friend from high school recently join our martial arts classes, and another friend of ours came to cheer them on at our grading, which is where you get your new stripe or belt. And he approached me afterwards and he's like, I knew you were doing this and that you owned a business and whatnot, but I didn't really know what to expect. But after watching it, he's like, you're a professional. He's like, you're born to do this. So thank you for recognizing that. So
Awesome. Well, I'm glad you got the credits. So last question before we move on to our other guests is, you're a stunt coordinator, also you're running your business, creative person, and how do you use creativity in your day?
Yes, I definitely consider my creative person. My mom was actually a hairdresser and esthetician growing up, so I feel like I get that. So an excellent drawer and painter. I definitely find I'm creative in the sense of martial arts and choreographing and making different forms and defense routines, because even outside of film, at tournaments in the self-defense category, you're basically making a stunt scene of 3 self-defense techniques. And I know when we met on Star Suckers, you commented, oh, wow, you're very aware of the angles in the film. And I really accredit that to my experience in tournaments and making sure that the judges can see from all angles and that the technique is actually visible. So in that aspect, it's very creative and definitely translates over to film for sure.
Wow. Yeah, that's it's kind of like editing, right? This pose. Oh, when we turn around, the judge will see here. Definitely, that was when we were doing Star Suckers, we had 2 cameras, and that was always the thing that made it so easy. You're like, okay, and then they'll land here and we'll fall into the shot. I can't wait to see that sequence edited. I wish I could edit actually right now. That'd be so fun. That'd be so good. Thank you for your time. We're gonna screen this cut very shortly. I just want to bring in our other guests, and then we'll get into it. Okay, awesome. Thank you. So I do want to introduce our other guests. They both came at the same time, which is perfect because now we could screen the cut to them both. Our next guest is Jake Savard, a local animator and storyteller, actor, puppeteer. What else would you, filmmaker? How else would you introduce yourself here?
Jake of all trades. I think that's fairly accurate. Local writer director who specializes in animation, if we want to keep it brief. Yeah.
Okay. Jake of all trades. I really like that. So tell us about animating, because is there any editing to animating?
Maybe not in the ways you would think. Like when you're animating, you have the one take, right? You know exactly how you want to do it. You do it the one time, or however many times it takes to get it right during production. So when you're doing post, I think a lot more emphasis is put on sound. Sound editing is very important, and not a lot of that gets done during the pre-production process. When you're making a storyboard, when you're making an animatic, you get as much sound as it takes to get the animation across, but not every small detail that goes along with that. So what's the word for it? I get like environmental sounds are a big one.
Foley sounds.
Foley, yeah, like that's not the stuff you would typically have during the animation process unless you're like really, you could, but most of the time you don't.
Yeah.
So that, and just making sure that I've had this happen a couple times where you think the rhythm of how things are flowing works when it's not all animated yet. But when you see everything in motion, you realize you may want to tighten this up by a couple seconds or move things around a little bit here and there. That's also something I do a lot in post-production.
And so when you're first, have you ever done also or directed live action?
Yeah, tons.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what are the similarities between live action and animation, and then what are the differences? Do you approach them the same?
I do, yeah. I think, with live action, the difference is you have to work with what you have. And it was something, I think it was Steven Spielberg that once said, if a really good live action director should learn how animation works, because if you can picture it in your head, you have an easier time picturing it with whatever tools or space you have in front of you. So I guess with that in mind, I approach them the same. I say, how would this look at a certain angle, or the way certain actors are framed? Like it's framing a shot in live action is not too dissimilar to drawing it.
No, it's not. I totally agree. And I often appreciate, not often, I definitely appreciate working with directors who have a more visual mind, meaning that they're first editors or they're first animators or something like that, because I love the way they bring elements together because they could see the image before it's even. Whereas I've worked with directors that have no idea of framing, and I'm trying to suggest something. They're like, I can't imagine it. Like, you'll have to show me. You know, they can't see anything without a single image in front of them, and then they could start to say what they like. So it's just so refreshing to always work with people that could pre-visualize.
There's a bit of a monkey's paw to that, I find. I don't think it's happened to me yet, but I'm waiting for the day where, because I'm so visual, I'm not as familiar with the terminology when it comes to phrasing. If I'm working with the DOP that says, do you want to do a over the monkey shot? And I'm like, what in the world is an over the monkey shot? You're going to have to show me.
You're not familiar with the over the monkey shot?
Not at all. No, I'm still getting my toes wet in live action. I'm going to have to learn more about that as the time comes. But yeah, no, I mean, they're opposite extremes. Sometimes I'm so visual that the only way I can demonstrate something is through drawing a mock-up, which not a lot of directors do. I think I love working with creatives who have visual references, who do storyboards for their live action productions. I don't see that all the time, and when I do, it's such a help. And I think more directors could stand to do that, even if they're not good drawings, as long as you have an idea of the way everything is.
For Script Fest and some of our other films like Bruce Peninsula, which we mentioned today, is that we shoot everything on iPhone to storyboard it, even if it's not the right location, it's not the actors, it's getting somebody to hold the camera. Is it a wide shot? Do I want to hear what's the movement like? You see immediately what it is, right? There's no is it this or not?
Yeah, same principle. I like that a lot.
Mm-hmm. One last question for you. When did you get inspired knowing that, I really like animation? How did you get into it?
Specifically animation?
Yeah, I'm curious because it's not thought of animating is just.
I mean, that's all I've ever wanted to do. When I was maybe 5 or 6, I realized I had a knack for drawing. And when I found out, like all the films I like watching as a kid are just people making it's you realize anybody could do this, especially once I discovered internet animation. Like, wow, anybody can sit down, draw this. And it was kind of a fluke. I went into a studio contract job with purely animation experience, and they said, we can. I'm not sure if you knew that. Yeah, I kind of went in the opposite route. Okay. But yeah, animation. Sometimes it's tough to get an entire crew together. You can be your own crew. You can be your own cast. You can be your own recommend exclusively doing for the rest of your life. But if you want to get something done, then no better way to do it than just to sit down at your desk and put it to paper.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because a lot of what we're doing this week, which is the challenge of 8 hours a day, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., and putting in a full 40 hours on our film and getting it from start to at least a polished rough cut, is basically that, just putting the work in, right? That discipline of every day you have to chip away at it, and it's only because of the time that you put in. I imagine there's obviously that mental game for animating. So how do you stay disciplined?
Music is a big help.
People will know I've been blasting music the whole time, and I'm also dancing.
Yeah. How do I stay disciplined? I mean, no, yeah, that's, it doesn't always come. But when to have a plan and work it. I think I find I'm at my least disciplined because I've done animations where all I have is audio tracks and I'm animating something for the first time as I'm listening to the tracks without boarding it. I don't know why I keep doing this. It never works in my favor. To have a storyboard in advance is a big help, because once, like, that is the toughest part as far as, you know, framing everything and getting the rhythm for everything. Once all that's done, it's just a matter of filling in the gaps with fluid motion, and that comes instinctively. The more you learn the techniques behind how things move, the less you have to think about how to do it.
Do you give yourself these goals of, I need to at least put in 2 hours, 4 hours, or something that, or do you just go when the inspiration hits you?
I try and get at my desk every day.
Yeah.
Sometimes for a couple hours, sometimes for longer, depends on what else is going on in the day. But yeah, I'll try and gauge it more in the, if I can get so and so seconds done, or if I can get these backgrounds done, or this much in color. Less so the amount of time I put into it and more what I get out of it. And that can depend from day to day, because it takes longer to do certain things than others.
Oh yeah, we know. Just syncing sound, we know, like, it just bogs us down, but it, you know, it's just part of the post production. Is there anything that you'd like to say to these filmmakers who've now stuck in the almost 38 hours with us and have been doing this cut before we screen? Is there anything you'd like to say to them that are finally finishing or getting to finish their films?
I'm sorry. No. Like, if you made it at this point, like, you know, people will say it's not done till it's done. But if you're on that final stretch where it's just a matter of fine tuning the extra little bit that's left to make it go from good to great, like, you've already proven yourselves to be exceptionally disciplined and talented filmmakers in your own right. So just keep it up.
Exactly. And that's what I was saying today and yesterday. Is like, we're already more than halfway done. You're going to quit now, you know? So well said. Okay. So if you're okay, we're going to bring in Sarah in, our other guest. And so, hello. I know it's a little tight here. So we're going to be watching the rough cut of this. The film is called Wherever the Wind Blows. Was shot 2 years ago, our first Scriptfest film, and I wrote it and directed it. And Ja was the cinematographer on it, and there was a bunch of the Scriptfest crew, OG Scriptfest crew, season 1 crew, were definitely all involved with it. We had a great cast, and yeah, I'm going to show it to you. If you could hold onto this microphone. I'm just going to set up my settings. Okay, so we're going to watch it on this. This is what people get to see. There we go. People get to see that. And I need to bring this in here. Three. So the music, I don't have any music. I'm just going to play the music off the speaker. And that's right. I got to set that up. Yeah, come on in just a little bit. And I'm going to set up the music here. And the sound kind of going to be playing off this. So it might be a little difficult to hear. I know I wish it was like a cinema room where you could just engross into it, but try like this is your world.
Yes.
Okay. Oops, let's get that back here. And so it's 9 minutes and 40 seconds. And okay, so this is what the viewers see here. All right. I'm going to call out, there's some specific visual effects that are going to be done throughout the film. So I'm going to call them out.
Okay.
All right.
And so you have to kind of
Get us the full effect.
yeah,
Yes.
because you're like, why are we holding on the shot? And 3, 2, 1, action. So there's a beat. wind sound.
It's been 4 days.
Ah, there you are. Please sit down. What do you know? A bee. Did you know that flowers and vegetables cannot exist without our little friend? Let me tell you a little story about tomatoes. There was once a gentle, a humble gardener who grew the most beautiful, precious tomatoes he could. But what had happened was there was an infestation. So he tried.
It's going to
He
be
tried
insects.
everything that it would do with tomatoes. So he tried everything, but nothing worked. So he gave up all hope. And he didn't do anything. But then something miraculous happened.
What happened?
Well, what had happened was the insects started going after and looking for the grass and the wildflowers. So they started going after that, and they left his tomatoes alone. So they thrived, and the gardener was very happy because his tomatoes were the juiciest tomatoes he's ever seen. Avery, life takes care of itself.
Jean-Claude, I'm so glad you came. It took you so long.
Just taking up the whole house in there.
We've been waiting. I'm ready.
Put this thing out. You can't smoke cigarettes in the house.
Don't listen to him.
Where's the body?
I can't believe you finally came.
It's not to keep the conversation.
I don't want to close off. I don't want it. I don't want my money back. I want my son.
Okay. I know what kind of guy you are. Parasite. Preying on a grieving mother. For what? Some stupid putty trick? He's dead. Okay? Dead. His body, separate from his soul. He's not coming back.
Believe. Believe. My son. My son, my son. You're here. We miss you. Love you. You're back.
Mary.
My son.
Step back.
My son.
Mary.
My
Don't let him go, Mary.
That's a there. So we're gonna have a VFX shot. He's going to be turning into a plant. Grass will be starting to grow. He will be the same color as this moss, and flowers will start to bloom as well on his chest. A flower starting to grow. A bee lands, and that's the end. Woo! Woo!
Do it softly so it doesn't pick up
Yeah,
on the mic.
thank you. Now you can there we go. It's calm down. Wow. Woo. It's hot, eh?
It is hot.
That's what I was thinking the whole time. It's just hot in here. First of all, thank you for taking the time and watching it and just being and focused. I've seen it so many times now. I don't know what lands and what doesn't. So first, I want to ask any question, just unfiltered, immediate, what you felt, and then I'll ask questions whenever ready.
And scene three. Scene three, take what, Mark?
Sorry. Okay, wait. I do have to change one second. I don't know how that happened. I have to go back to my stream here. Okay, great. I think that's going to come out of my my earphones now. Okay. Good. Okay. So whatever you feel, and then I'll ask questions.
As far as the film itself, I mean, I enjoyed the atmosphere. I enjoyed the message, the way the original, like the story that the grandmother character, grandmother told, relating to everything else. It was just a well put together plot. Everything was shot really well. Like as far as everything from a visual aspect, I mean, you know, you could maybe cherry pick a couple things here and there, but that nothing doesn't come across as unreadable or confusing to me. I think it's more, if I had anything to say about it, it would be more on the sound front.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So thank you for mentioning that. We have only concentrated on sound in the last like few hours.
Okay.
So we really wanted to get the sequence out of the movement, because we didn't even sync sound. We just started syncing sound yesterday, but then we polished off some more because we knew that we're coming. And it's so hard to have smooth sound throughout. But I am also curious, like the soundtrack you heard there, that's not obviously the thing. So I have no idea what for composing and all that stuff, but I know I want that kind of mood. But sound effects will be huge. If you want to help me out with that, that will be amazing.
Yeah, sure. I'll do what I can.
What would your
Jake, I feel like the storytelling was really prevalent. It didn't feel too rushed or too slow, especially considering it's a short film. I especially like the part of the bees. I'm a vegetarian, so I'm very like tree hugger. So I love the, like, you know, small message behind it, the bigger meaning behind the short film. I think I agree with the sound. One thing I think that would have been really impactful is, and I noticed other sound effects, but not in this area, is when he was coming out of the car and his boots go on the ground. I wish it was like a little more like like very impactful. Because I did really like the details of, like, you know, the jar opening and you're hearing the jar and like the lighter on the cigarette. Like I really thought it really built the world in the story. So that was really amazing. And then I know you haven't really fine-tuned the music, but when the boy does kind of go crazy and starts to go out to the kitchen, I wish the music built a little bit more.
Okay, yeah. So basically pick up the music when he revives, reanimates. I'm amateur at music, and it's always my weak spot in films, and I wish I could compose my own stuff. And it's hard to articulate for me what I want, because I know what it goes well or whatever, but it's hard to articulate what I need in sound. So yeah, definitely a faster pace. I agree with that. Anything else to do, or can I ask you some questions?
Yeah, sure. Well, to go off of what sorry, Sarah?
Yes.
Sarah was saying, even with some of the sound that's already there, something that I've learned is that you don't necessarily need to use the sound you have in your take. Like the cigarette lighter is one example. Like it sounds fine. Like I don't think there's anything wrong with using a stock sound for that.
Or even creating your own B-roll of doing it, right?
That's one of doing Foley sounds with my, so a lot of that I'll just be making it with this microphone and, you know, like you say, the Zippo lighter or stuff like that. I definitely agree, you know, whatever is close up of that sound, and especially when he walks, Jean-Claude is the name of the character in leather. I really want to hear his leather, the boots on the floor when he's walking around, closing the door, you'll just hear his boots coming closer to them. That's a really big part. That's going to take me probably 20, 30 hours just to like hone that in. But I'm also really looking forward to that.
If you do all that before, like, are you planning on commissioning music or getting open, like free to use music?
I would like to get original music, a composer.
Okay. So, I mean, if you do compose it, like that would be a great bam, time into the soundtrack kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree. So mix the sound effects with kind of the soundtrack. Is that what you're saying?
If you can get all your sound effects and your Foley done before the soundtrack, that would probably punch it up a bit more. Like composers will know these things.
Right.
One question as far as sound and using your takes are concerned, the story the grandmother was telling, was that all from the same take, or did you pick and choose different takes once it got to audio with the montage?
So I'll give you a bit of a context for this. Not that it matters because this is how we edited, but this was the hardest scene to do because Verlin, we kind of just threw her in there, not an actor, had very little time to rehearse her line, and she wasn't familiar with her lines. So we did chop it off, had to do all it takes. And when I started doing, I'm like, I just need to get her audio at least good. and I'm going to do something else, because she doesn't have a full take where she delivers all of the lines. So the answer is it's multiple takes chopped up. And even then, I wish I could revoice that, because I think it could be more succinct and more on message about what I want to do. Because she kind of says some things and it's not what the script says, which is fine, but it doesn't add clarity. So I guess the tomato sequence was added in order to solve that problem of like long dialogue and nothing happening.
So that montage wasn't planned.
It was an afterthought.
Wow. Would never have guessed.
Oh, okay. Really? Okay.
I would agree. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was
seems
perfectly
very
planned.
intentional.
It was the pivot of like, okay, what else? And then talking about tomatoes, I'm like, my mom's garden, tomato garden. And then I shot it 2 weeks after when they were getting red, the tomatoes, and I made sure to grab all that, because I knew I was going to be editing in the winter. And so, yeah, that was like trying to find shots that go along with that. But that was one of the scenes that we edited last as well. Like we just started, I put the tomatoes in last night. Even after we were done the 8 hours, I edited all the tomato sequence. So it is still fresh. I'm still on the fence because one version of this is that we chop off the whole tomato dialogue, because I could cut in, boom, they hear the car and right away. So I guess,
No,
what do you,
the tomato. I like the tomato. It really builds.
Okay.
Symbolism is very potent. I think it'd be a shame if that was taken out.
Well, that's okay. I'm glad you feel that way, because when writing it is the philosophy of the film. It's the thesis of the film, and it's just like it's the philosophical angle, and then we show you the real angle, right? Of like when you interfere with nature, what happens? Like, don't interfere with nature. Just don't, because you get zombie kid. That's what happens.
Yeah, I mean, this is something I do with animation, and you would be surprised what you can get away with. Where I will take different takes of even the same sentence and chop up like the first portion of a sentence, and the middle portion of a sentence is a different take, and the last one is the first one. Doesn't always work, but when it does, it's like magic.
Yeah.
You have people like I'll when I'm recording with people, I will edit their pauses or change the rhythm of their takes or splice them together, and they're like, how in the world did you do that? That sounds so real.
Yeah.
If I'm guessing you just spliced it one sentence at a time, you kept the complete sentence, you didn't think anything beyond that.
Yeah, I could definitely go in more detail, like you say. I think I could be more precise and listen to all the takes and get the tomato and the infestation, and because there's one bump along the way that I would rather revoice it, but maybe you're right. Maybe I go in and find the exact spots.
Yeah, see what you can do. It's
a lot of things.
Yeah, like you got probably what, like 2-3 takes of that on
maybe
camera?
3 that are not complete.
All if it's all for the lack of a better term, voiceover dialogue. It wasn't intended to be that way, but
do you have anything else to add?
Tomatoes, and like I said, I feel like it adds significant story building, and it's not too short, it's not too long. I feel like if you were to take it away, you wouldn't feel the same emotions that the first minute or two talking about the tomatoes bring.
In the script and all that, because it is kind of a detour from everything else, but it's connected through to nature, through the poetics of it.
Oh, you know what helps is that I quite know what the story was yet. So I was more willing to listen to this piece of the story compared to if we opened with like our son is dead, we're hiring toward, and then went back to the plot. Yeah, it wouldn't work as well, but this is what made it work.
Excellent. Okay, I'm glad you were tracking that. I get different answers, so I'm excited to hear your answer. At the starting, I show one image of in the room. Did you know that the boy was dead and they were grieving when we were in the house?
So that was actually one comment I was going to say. I feel like I really like the lighting and the color saturation in some parts of the film. I think it brings that like moody element, and that you do kind of get an idea that they're sad and grieving. But I also feel like because it's so muted away from the boy and you just see the overall scene, I wish there was a little bit color difference just so you could see more impact on the boy and it draws your eyes right to him rather than kind of looking and being like, oh, there he is. Okay, he's
And very good note. So we haven't done anything to the color. This is like right out of the camera. I just want to mention. So it's also shot in S-Log, meaning it's even flatter. We went to the technical side of this, but certainly color correction will pull the eye in wherever. But I just want to show like specifically this image. Okay, so after the wind chimes, and it might be blurred to you, there's we show this image here. So wind chimes, and then we show this brief image. Did you understand that? I know he breathes here. I'll take that out. I'll take that out.
Like
Okay.
I didn't.
If he wasn't moving, which I will fix in post, would you understand that he's dead?
I think so.
And I think with the yeah, go ahead.
From that first shot, not immediately. No,
Okay,
I
okay.
think like it could have been any number of things. I thought maybe sleeping when the
Mhm,
parents were
mhm.
grieving. I thought maybe coma because she held on to hope.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
I
right,
didn't like
coma.
I didn't know what the guy was doing
That's
until he was
true.
doing it.
That's a
So-
good. I never even thought maybe he's in a coma. Yeah.
So the like I thought maybe they hired this guy to get him out of this coma if he
Yeah.
wasn't going to wake up. But as soon as he was upright,
Yeah.
you saw his skin was like a deathly pale and he was acting like a zombie. Like the pieces were retroactively put together. I didn't feel like I was being thrown for a loop and my expectations weren't met. It was more just me trying to piece it together as I went along. And that's not a bad thing.
Okay. Well, that's really valuable feedback. So in my mind, I imagine. So I was also suggested Matt Potka made is we should use the top shot, the one where he's lying with that.
Yeah.
I think
That would
so,
make it more
right?
obvious.
And in my mind, in visual effects, I'm going to add flies and like more peeling skin, because the shot's not moving. It's actually easy to do, but like more because he's been there 4 days in the hot sun waiting for this person to come, and then they wait 4 days with like a body that is, sticking it up the place. So I really
One
want.
thing I will say though is I get coma like standpoint, but when you're looking at a still and not necessarily like watching many
Yeah.
images happen at once, to me it is a little bit more obvious because if he was in a coma, there would be like medical machines and like it looks like there's a vigil with the candles and the flowers, right? So I think, like you said, if you do the bird's eye
Yeah.
view and edit post production, the flies and things like
Yeah.
that, I think you'll really bring it home.
You're right.
Right.
If I looked at that shot straight through for 20 seconds, I'd,
Yeah.
Piece everything together. Yeah, flowers and candles. Of course, he's dead. If the shot was what, like 2 seconds, and then
very short.
like I paid attention to the guy, and that was about it. I wasn't really noticing anything else around him. Which, if it's a bigger screen, if you're watching it in a theater, you might be able to see.
But that's
more.
a really good note.
Extra second or two before
Yeah.
you transition, just so you do hone in on the
Yeah.
visuals in the back.
Because originally I had a profile shot like really tight, and then somebody like really didn't know that. They're like, "Oh, I didn't know it was a dead boy," and so now I added the flowers. But it's really good to know, and that's why Matt said maybe even the top shot to be that much more. Okay, there's a dead body here. I think in the script I never had that we revealed that there's a dead body, but I think I think it's really important that the first scene feels like they're grieving. And that's the idea of showing the body. Do you think it's worth hinting at the, like, if you knew that there was a dead body with that image, if I could find the right image, do you think it's useful to show the audience, hey, there's a dead body in the house? Or is it better to find out when Jean-Claude arrives?
I personally felt more fulfilled at the latter, like almost as if there's a mystery that I'm figuring out as I'm watching. I don't think it hurts to lay everything out on the table right away, but I don't think you lose anything with the ambiguity either. I think there are films that suffer from not giving enough context right away, but I don't think this is one of them.
Because if you wouldn't see the dead body, the first line of dialogue is, "We've been waiting 4 days." Oh, my camera! What happened? Oh, it's my other camera that died. Okay, I have to change that. We've been waiting here for 4 days. That's the first line you get, and like, what are they waiting for?
Which again, yeah, like if I hear we were waiting 4 days and there's a guy coming to treat them, I think he's sick.
Yeah.
But like again, that's not a bad thing to assume incorrectly as long as you know what it was supposed to be by the time you're done watching.
Yeah. And I really think that, I think it's just overheated. It's been overheating the last, yeah, I think the battery's good, but you could switch it up, kick on deep. And
think it depends what genre you want to categorize
that's
this
true.
film as, right? Like
yeah.
if you want it to be like more thriller based, then yes, foreshadowing is really impactful. But
Yeah.
if you really want to feel the emotions of the family and make it crystal clear, like there's benefits
Yeah,
to doing
I
it
know.
both ways.
It was interesting because I didn't have it in the first assembly, and I put it in. I'm like, oh, I think it works, but I'm just so close to it. So, but yeah, that's valuable feedback. I think the most important thing is when we do see him, whether at the starting or it's really important that we show that he's dead, not in a coma and all that stuff. And I think that's why in my mind, I kind of put the VFX on and I see peeling skin and I see flies kind of going around. So kind of, I know that he's dead, but you're right. I think one of the things is we need to make sure.
Yeah, I won't lie. Like maybe it'll read differently if it were actually done, but I hear that and I think that's comically on the nose. Like
Yeah.
you almost don't need to be that
Right.
explicit.
Yes, I agree. But okay, so that explicit that we could walk the line of is he in a coma, is he not? Is that what you're saying?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean for those who thought he was dead the whole time, it's not like their experience is lesser for it.
Okay, last question. When he gave him the potion and he came to life, was it kind of a shock, or did you have an understanding of, oh, this person's coming back to life? Like, is that what were we thinking before he rises?
Zombie. I thought this is
Okay,
zombie
cool.
short film.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
Like as soon as he burst up, you mean? As soon as he got
Yeah,
up,
and
right?
he was like,
Okay, cool.
that or maybe like a exorcism or
Yeah.
something like that. If we're going on the lines where we're thinking maybe he isn't dead and that he's
Yeah.
sick, it kind of depends what way you're going with it. So
Yeah, like I didn't think he was dead. I thought, oh, like it worked, holding on to hope before we get the first real close up of the front of his face, and I'm like, oh no, this is bad. Oh, the dad was right, because like
Exactly.
the dad says he's dead.
Yeah.
Part of me thought he was just being a negative Nancy and like immediately dismissing the possibility that his son could recover.
No, he's dead.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. What do you think the message of the film is trying to say? What's the takeaway of the film? It could be anything. It's totally subjective. There's no wrong answer.
honestly, just going back to the tomatoes and just like, putting things that we know are good in our body and GMOs and hormones and all these things. And that's kind of where my mind went to.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
In a similar
I like that. I'll touch upon that after.
In a similar light, I'm thinking don't mess with the flow of nature. Like the whole conversation came because the daughter caught a bee. Because the bee was caught, it can't contribute to the way nature's supposed to work, and that could
Our
spiral.
system is connected to
Yeah.
everything. It's like a ripple effect, right? You take one thing and
Yeah, the moment you mess with any one thing, everything else kind of.
And we can't possibly know how it will, right? Like by interfering one little bit and say that we know this, the ultimate message for this film is life is part of death and death is part of life. That you can't have life without death, right? And the mother does not want to let go and would rather, not have death, and it's impossible. Yeah.
So on that note, actually, with the sun turning into a bush or of flowers at the end, how do you want those to look? Do you want them to be nice looking, or do you want them to look kind of dead?
Question. Yeah, good question.
I was thinking green, alive, because he's going back to nature. I didn't think that there would be anything wrong with them, but I didn't even think about what kind. I just imagined like green grass and flowers kind of blooming. In my mind is that it doesn't matter how long you are a lot back alive. Eventually you're back going to die, right? And the fact that he brought up the body, but there's no soul. What is a body without the soul, right? It's kind of this animalistic, muscle. It's just a muscle, right? There's this vehicle that has no driver in it. And to me, that the potion ultimately will bring back the person back to nature ultimately, right? It's kind of like an expiry date, like, by the way, fine print.
Because otherwise it's false advertising. I guess if the plants immediately died, well, I want my money back.
Yeah, exactly. So that was kind of the message that you were definitely following. I love the GMO that you made.
You think of like what you're putting in your body and how health and the food industry has changed so much in 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, even from like when our parents or grandparents were growing up. Like my grandma grew up on a farm. She made all her food on her land, and that's what they ate, right? I don't do that now. I wish I could do that now. I wish I had the time to have
My
them
mom
over.
does.
Yeah, God bless her. I wish.
know. And well, I'm glad that your head went there, because it's not necessarily what I was putting out, but then you mentioned, I'm like, oh yeah, of course, that's also what I believe, definitely good food and all that. I didn't even realize that message was in there, but for sure, showing the tomatoes and not using pesticides and all that. I was definitely referring more to the life and death, and that don't interfere with that. Yet also, it certainly applies to don't mess with our food, man.
Isn't that the amazing thing about film? We can all watch the same thing and we
know.
all see a different film in our head,
Yeah.
right? It's
Yeah, I really loved it, and especially because it's your life experience, right? You're so obviously focused on, which I am as well. But you know what you put in your body, it affects your mental, all of this stuff, and so you totally picked up on that but through your own lenses. It's so cool. So we're nearing our ending here. So I'm going to take your notes. We have another hour and a half of editing time on our own. Is there any final takeaways that you would like for us to take away before we go back and cutting that up with your feedback?
I mean, we obviously provided our criticism, so I think I'll just end on a positive note and say what I think you guys did really well is I really like the use of different frames and transitions and cutting when you did, especially in the age of social media, and we all have dopamine addictions, and I feel like someone who has a short attention span can follow along and really enjoy engaged the whole time. Like I was always wondering, okay, why are they talking about this? What does this have to do with? Okay, I want to learn. Okay, now he's getting up. Oh my God. Okay. I feel like I was always like, what's happening next? So that was really nice to see.
I'm glad, because that was in my mind when writing it, is that I always want movement. Like what leads A to B, B to C. Like don't linger around until something has to happen to move the action forward. And I'm glad that you picked up on that.
Yeah, I think on that note, even the dialogue, I think a script that is too wordy along with visuals that maybe aren't as active, like it's not just that I'm bored, it's that I'm so bored I'm missing things. I didn't feel that here.
Excellent. I'm definitely a proponent of visuals first, use dialogue sparingly. And even here, I feel like, oh my God, I had too much dialogue, but I think it's a fine balance, the contrast of a bit of slower starting and a bit more poetic, and then you get more into the action.
I think it was a good balance.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I couldn't tell you the script verbatim after watching once, but I got all the takeaways that were needed.
It sounds like it. Definitely we're talking about the same film, so that's good. That's really good. So let's end it here. Really appreciate you coming here, and this it got really hot. The three people here really changes the atmosphere. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Or, yeah, fiery. Yeah. I just really wanted to say how valuable it is, your feedback, your eyes, and that's something I could have worked a week on and then see it a little bit and then now it just really solidifies everything that we've been working on and the changes that we still have to do in our next hour and a half of a marathon session. So maybe we'll break on this live stream here. I do have to do my camera and we have to take a picture. And and then we'll get back into it. But thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for inviting us.
Thanks.
Oh, okay, awesome. Let's cut here.
No, that was really good.
Okay. I'm just gonna mute the sound. Okay, sound muted. Hello, everyone. Just got to flip my camera back on. Hello, everyone. And this is rolling. This is rolling. I got to co-star in that as well. Yeah, that's right. Jacob Stickle was a lead actor in our Star Suckers, where Sarah Gatton, which was just a special guest, was our stunt coordinator. We had our lead actor, Jacob Stickles, which also has been on this crew of Wherever the Wind Blows in all of our many films. He's one of the OG with Matt Poitras. OGs, original. Always good when it's original. Thanks for tuning in, Jacob. Thank you. It was really fun to have everybody's feedback. Not gonna lie, I was a little nervous. Like, ooh, what am I showing them? What am I showing them? So really great to have everyone. We're so close. Want to say how much I appreciate everyone to be on this live stream since 10 a.m. on Monday. Remember Monday, 10 a.m. Monday? That came and that went. Just gonna focus here. Yeah, thanks, Larry. And now we're Friday, and I said on Monday that by Friday we're gonna have a rough cut and we're gonna show it to Vivo. Words are powerful. Manifestation, right? Like I said, I keep going back to 2 years ago I shot this and nothing was done. And now we have a rough cut that is awesome, and I could start to get everybody's else working on it. I could start on the VFX. So excited to really put some work in on that front. And James had mentioned that I should document my way around the VFX, and I think that's a really good idea, James. So we'll do. I'm also so excited to. We've been recording all of our screens here individually as well, and I do want to put together our 20 minute. It'd be so cool to see the footage kind of rearrange itself. That'd be trippy, and I will do it because it's trippy. So where we are now, we've gotten some amazing feedback yesterday who came in earlier, and when I was even that much more hesitant of coming in, but as a filmmaker, he really understood. And really, it's a dead body. Should we be grieving? What do we think about the tomatoes? And I'm really elated that the dialogue and people are getting off with the tomatoes and like irrelevant in terms of plot and story, in terms of action. Yet I'm glad that people saw the tomatoes, the GMO. It's so cool to see that people's life experience, then they could only see the film through their life experience. So, at all, yet it totally makes sense. And I'm going to be like, yeah, that's what I meant to do. So we could take it. We're direct. Frank Rasico, Matt Poitras, he came by at 2 o'clock, and then there was Sarah Gatton and Jake Savard at such an early stage that I feel good. I feel confident that people understand the story from start to finish. They for the most part, enjoy the pacing, or can keep up with the shots and the story evolution, the transformation. Matt had some really detailed stuff that I would like to go more into it, but I'm already thinking about again, and just to tighten that up. And he also reassured me that I could tighten up some scenes as well. Made sure to go into the dialogue scene closer to the end when Clayton and Colleen are talking out loud. And he's right, we don't need to hear the full sentence or the full dialogue. We're just there with Avery. And I'm glad that Matt really reinforced me making sure that it's still about Avery's story. So that was good. Oh, nice. Thanks, Jerry, for signing in. Nice. Cool. Jerry says, such a great idea. Yeah. Everybody wants to peek under the hood. No, I'm curious. If you guys are edited, I would follow your live stream. You should live stream your edit. Why not? Okay. But before we go in, I do want to read a bit more of Robert Bresson's notes on cinematographer. So people that don't know, I've been reading this incredible book called Notes on Cinematography by Robert Bresson. It's a tiny little book, and you can actually just Google it. There's a PDF. It's tremendous. And I'm just going to read some good stuff here. Let's see. Okay. Someone who can work with the minimum can work with the most. One who can with the most cannot inevitably with the minimum. So he says if you can't do it with no equipment and no budget, you probably can't do it with a lot of stuff. And that's kind of the philosophy to our Dogma 95 approach, meaning that you, by practicing and honing in your storytelling skills, it doesn't now require you to rely on movement or manipulation through music or anything like that. What do? You want to do a shot that's so cinematic and you have this 30-foot techno crane and then you don't have your tools. Are you suddenly unable to do the story and convey the emotion that you want? Knowing your storytelling skills. There's a few more quotes here I want to read. Oh, okay. This is the one I've used so many times. It was on my personal website. And hide the ideas, but so that people find them. The most important will be the most hidden. Less is more, people. The most important will be the most hidden. That's all you have to remember. This is such an important idea that I really want the audience to know. Then it should be the most hidden. Counterintuitive. Yet, cinema is all about the reveal. Completely about the reveal. And if you're not revealing things throughout, then it's boring. It's just like this insane, complicated idea. I'm just going to show it all right away. It's like, okay, what's next? And then you got nothing else because you said it all and you revealed it all. Obviously, we all know the story of Jaws, where they spent, millions of dollars on getting this animatronic shark to go in the water and move. And then when they're about to shoot, it looks horrible. It doesn't even work. And so Steven Spielberg's like, well, let's show less of it. Let's show like nothing of it. Let's show the least amount of Jaws. And then it's Jaws, the most memorable horror film. He also used that technique in Duel, his first feature film. It's incredible, and also that never shows the driver inside the truck that's being chased and possessed. It's a really great film, but all about that. The most important things are the most hidden, right? Don't show it. Reveal. Let's see if we can get one more here. Oh my gosh, got such good stuff here. Like there's such deep ones that if I say them, we're gonna have to just unpack them for a whole hour. Let's just one more. Okay, there you go. An old thing becomes new if you detach it from what usually surrounds it. An old thing becomes new if you detach it from what usually surrounds it. So something that we know, we see, it's mundane. As soon as you now change the association of it, you know, a slice of pizza. But now that was the last slice of pizza from your wife that now is passed away, and now that slice of pizza means everything to you. That slice of pizza is everything. You see how it's detached from what just being a pizza is, and you're creating new associations. It's never just one thing. Your film must resemble what you see. Oh, this is so good. Your film must resemble what you see on shutting your eyes. You must be capable at any instant of seeing and hearing it entirely. Pre-visualization. The film, you need to see the shots in your head and how they're cut, because what are you shooting, right? You need to do so. You need to know what that is and what you're shooting, and how, even though it might not end like that in the edit, you need to have an idea and formulate it, and that comes through seeing the movie in your mind's eye. Really good. Okay, James, doing okay? Awesome. Woohoo. We're gonna get into it now. Thanks for following along, and we're in the home stretch, folks. We said Friday at almost 5 p.m. Are we gonna stop now? Are we gonna give up? Not even give up. We're gonna say we done our job. Let's just stop early today. Nope. A 4th degree black belt. $22 years. Didn't you want your film finished? If this is your last day, because we all will die. We just don't know when. It's marked my words right here. Before I die, I want to finish this film. And the thing is, I don't know when. Okay, so take Sarah and our friend Jake. Let's see that here. So Matt said, I do like that intro needs to be tweaked. I do like putting some additional maybe Nev shots here. What Jake was saying, to tighten up the audio, I could easily just go and hone that in, so that will get a time there. Matt mentioned maybe shortening this clip. Okay, he said see, I didn't put the boot sound, and people picked up on them. They're like, why is there no boot sound? Because I didn't do it yet. But certainly, right, it's just such a character-defining moment that we want to feel his presence because it's so close up. And Matt said even could tighten these up maybe a little bit. And he said more, as much Avery as we could. This scene could be cut down quite a bit now that I see him. He's saying just to basically pick up even halfway into, because they're like, no, you can't. Could be like, I want my money. You could get your money back. It's not too late. So which is halfway through, we could do that. He's doing that. So everybody got it. The kiss kind of worked. I don't know, maybe. They just were surprised by it. Let's just say that. So I think I could stretch that out. Definitely know what I could do with Dexter here. I like that rise. That came out nicely. So people were saying that might not know that he's dead, but could be that he's in a coma. and that's okay because he's there to revive. And then once they got that he's a zombie, that okay, then they know. My idea is like, oh, that's not good, but also Jake mentioned that maybe it's not a bad thing. He didn't bump against it if it was a coma or if it was dead. But in my mind, I'm going to be making sure that through the VFX that there's a bit more things on his face. I was always kind of paler face and adding some 4 days of the body decomposing. Okay. So you mentioned that. It's good stuff. Good notes overall. Feel so grateful for all of this, being able to do this for now 5 days, concentrate on this. I'm going to go into my rough cut number 4 where I started with Matt. It's kind of, there's a lot of gaps in it, kind of blew it up, but that's okay. Okay. You could always take back. This is why we duplicate our timeline so many times. Okay. It's interesting he said longer. I was so scared that it was too long. Really hope I could do a convincing B, eh? That's what everybody's wondering. They're like, cool, there's a B there. How are you going to put it in? You're going to find out in March when we screen this film. You're going to have to come and see it. Unless you join the VFX live stream, maybe, eh? That's how you're going to find out. So I'm just cutting the audio here. I'm going to add some. I really can't wait to just do a track of just like all the sound mixed, even if it's temporary, just so people could watch it without the sound bumping. It does annoy me. Okay, so we added this shot here. Did he have his eyes open? What is these shots here? What is this? I have a bunch of disabled. That is. What is this? I think it's okay. Missed that shot. Turn the door. Let's see if we need it there though. Ah, that's interesting. Is there? I'm just trying to add the door shot, which I don't necessarily love, and it's long, but maybe I just like that she's entering the house. Like gets us sus. Doesn't make sense. I don't know. Let's be like maybe. That makes no sense. Maybe it does. So Matt's podcast suggestion was that we need to see Avery more, like her face. I just had the shadow before, so we could connect with her. I do like that. So I'm just wondering if I disable that, I just go. Do you think it's important that we go inside so that brings us inside and then we're with her here? Let's see. So she goes hop, 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 hop. I don't know if I have the sound of that. Okay. Where is it? It's this shot. Oh, this is the door. Whenever I'm just grabbing the audio, I'm just alt clicking on the audio, so I'm not dragging the video because it does destroy things. You got to be careful because you'll destroy some of your video cut into it if you move your audio and it moves your. I wonder if that works. An hour to go. An hour to go. Hour? We're on the 39th hour. It's a clever trick of Matt using the. Oh, I don't mind the door. I'm just wondering if there's enough wind chime. I did like the longer wind chime, but I do like. I think it's also making sure that. Is it maybe, and then it does the doors stop the sound maybe, and then we could go to more moody atmosphere maybe. Oh, that's nice. The sound, right? I had it bridging that the wind chime was bridging over Dexter, like it's a wind going through that wherever the wind blows. Yet also maybe it's like exterior inside. So the wind chimes are going. As soon as she closes the door, boom, it stops and we're in the interior, and it allows us to go more into this funeral tone. So maybe I like that. Thank you, Matt Poitou. Yeah. I wonder if we need a shot of Avery before that, this, and we finally see her. So let's just say, listening to Matt, he says the more Avery you do it. So let's do that. And then she's staring at her parents, which is not good. Okay, so bring the shot, which is by bringing this shot here. Whenever I'm duplicating in shot, I'm holding Alt key and I'm dragging here. I'm gonna get a bit more of her. If I do that, I wonder. It's powerful, eh? Looks are powerful. Interesting.
It's been 4 days.
I like that she looks. So is it too much the same look? I could zoom in. It will magnify. Maybe I would zoom in the other one. Just want to give some difference. So Matt Poitras said more Avery because she's the point of view, which I agree. So I started off by putting the shot in here. So blink. So I think I could, just to change it up, if I go in my inspector in video and I zoom in, I got a link my things here. And I zoom in. Okay. Thank you. Hello, Nev. Hello. I wonder that maybe we don't need him. I think we could get him right here. So I added that shot. Because we don't know them, right? We need to know that. It's interesting. Jake said Clayton was the dad. Not that it matters, and there's never anything in the story yet. In my mind, I always wrote it that Clayton is the uncle. And I've said it many times. So obviously, there's no way of knowing. But in my mind, he's like, that's why he's a bit more cold and removed, that he's protecting his family, his sister. So I guess that wasn't the cut there. Where's this one? Okay.
It's been 40.
Oh, the audio slid there. What the hell?
40. Okay, we're going to reset.
Okay. Bridging the audio here. Like Matt and Jacob had mentioned, Jake Savard had mentioned that you could do so much with audio. You could bridge it, you could splice some things up. So certainly there's going to be a lot of that happening when we are doing the final mix here, which is not today. So we're going to watch that again afterwards. I just want to see. I feel like this shot is always too... The look is not right. I do wonder if I have another take here. Just trying to figure this. That's from the back. That's from the back. So 952. 952. 952. No. So I only did one take of that source folder footage. So if I have just a slightly different look. Poor Nev, she was so tired here. Okay. No. Alt she's down there. Still up there. We only got one of those, eh? Oh. Is that on the focus? Yeah. This one's a bit too out of focus, especially as it goes up on her. I need the eyes sharp. Yeah. That's the diopter. So what do we have? wonder if we take it from here. I don't know. I just feel like there's too much shot of that one, especially if we show that. There you go. This is better. Less the swinging action of the camera. Oh, okay. I just realized my camera died here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're back on this camera. Let me just go back to DaVinci Resolve here. So close. Yeah, we just got to watch back to starting here. See how Lan's seeing Avery. Having her profile there. It's been 4 days.
Ah, there you are. Sit down. What do you have there? A bee. Did you know that flowers and vegetables cannot exist without our little friend? Let me tell you a little story about tomatoes. There was once a gentle, humble gardener who grew the most beautiful, precious tomatoes he could. But
so, just watching it now, my only thing is that when she comes in the house, I don't know if I like this beat. So she snaps. Say we go in the funeral mode. Like, now what is she looking at? Eh? And I wish I could save that look. Okay, so maybe, how about this? And I wish that she was looking at her mom there. So if I, knowing this, if I go just try stuff now, I'm going to alt click. Geez, that's not what. So I alt clicked the clip and it brought in the sound and all that. So I'm going to undo that and see how it cut in my sound. I'm going to go just alt click on the video of it just so I could have that. Alt drag and then try it over top. Because I wanted you to look. That's what's more impactful. It's the connection between her and her mother. Because that's the ending connection, right? Oh, yeah, that line's so good. So we now, okay. So he leaves. I wonder, hypothetically.
ah, there you are. Sit down.
Okay. So if I do this. I add like this. I'm going to drag everything to the right.
Ah, there you are.
So she doesn't make sense. She's looking here. And another shot of it.
Ah, there you are. Come sit down. You have. There you are. Ah, there you.
If I get
Ah,
right here, it's kind of like it's just that she's staring at her mom, and now she's staring at the window. Just doesn't make much sense. Okay, so I have I've added 3 shots of Avery now. I maybe went a little overkill. It's just I really want to read the emotion. So again, the reason why I have Nev there is that, which is the Avery character, and is that the childlike innocence that she's not understanding death. She's not afterwards. And where do we go? Starting asking these big philosophical questions about life and death. And that's why I really wanted to be looking at her mom. Anyways, like to me, I could even use that door. I'm just wondering if I can, because I said this before that she could be in the doorway. Is there another take of this? So I'm going to go Alt and paste. So we get some geography. Okay, so I go like this. Wow, that's a whole reorder. So what if I go click? Oh, after the door. Where's the door? Okay, so it's just right here. This now. Scroll wheel minus makes the scroll wheel down, makes the footage block smaller. Okay, so I do have another shot of this here. Let's go Alt F. I don't want to use this exact shot, so because I could have her. What reaction do we want here? One, two. And do we have another one of this? No. 655. Okay, let's find it here. Is it her? Yeah, I for in. Oh, let's bring that in. So now. It's just because I won't be able to use it afterwards. It was an interesting thought, but I feel like this, to me, than the top shot. Both. So it goes cucumbers and then her. She don't necessarily love. Where is this? That's this shot. So I could Alt Y, push everything, and give. Now I'm doing 2 shots of the extras where I had only 1 before. So yeah, James asking where's HQ? By the water tower. By the water tower. DM me and I'll you should definitely stop by, James. Definitely stop by. I could get your feedback as well. It's not. I'm gonna leave it double tapped right now. I go because it is too. It's just I end up using those 2 shots again as well. It does like situate us though, and Matt's thing was to go even tighter. Let's see. It's interesting. You know, I did a short film exactly. My first short film, Bullet Headed, and it's exactly this angle. Top shot in a coffin though. We had made the coffin. My parents' garage, and his top shot was somebody in a coffin. But it looks very similar to this. This is my trait. I think it's better than having just one shot. It's like, oh, this is the boy, and this is the altar, right? So I'm seeing like, here's the boy. Oh, and here's where he's lying. To give us some geography. It was interesting that Jake Savard's is like, I don't really care if I saw it or not. It didn't ruin anything. So maybe I'm trying to clarify a beat that doesn't need to be clarified. Okay, so I go on Avery right here.
It's been 40.
Is it this shot? Because I like that. That worked. Okay, so maybe I don't. I just don't think it maybe it requires a slow mo. Maybe it requires a slow mo on Nev. So let's just try. So if I go speed change, I go ripple timeline, and I go 76%. Okay, it's a bit slower. Okay, 1 second there. Okay. I just have to respond. Okay. Okay. And let's see what else here. So I do like that look here. It definitely builds a connection.
Come sit down.
So now it's just more about how do we get up? Okay. Ah. So there's just 3 of the same shots of Avery. Is that not good? So she's doing that look. It looks like even the same look. Because even maybe, okay, well, how about if I go, we go right into the family.
It's been.
So, I deleted. See, I deleted the audio. Dang it. I went over the audio here. Okay, so I'm going to bring that here. I'm going to bring Alt click. I just want to look. And I'm going to disable that. Oh, what is it connected with? Okay. Alt click, delete, delete. We're just trying this puzzle piece. So I'm saying now maybe. And we can stretch out this. And then she goes on mom. Okay. Okay, so that's where am I on? No. Where's the look here? I want this. So he goes there. I'm totally rechanging this whole intro, eh? Okay. I know my sound will be all messed up. That's also a danger.
It's been
4 days. Okay. Totally destroying my timeline, eh? That's why we duplicated it. That's nicer. She doesn't turn so much. She's seeing grief. So now it's just to get out of here. Maybe this is where I have the. Oh.
There you are.
No, dang
There you are.
it. If I would have. Come sit down here. So I've already triple tapped the front shot. So I can't go back out of there. And my issue is that now she's facing the curtains. I have the front shot. Let's see what else I have. I do like this shot though. Well, obviously the other shot is this, right? So let's just see.
There you are.
Like, it's not the one. It's not. I like that Clayton comes back on that. So I do need to see. I like that Clayton comes back in this. This is beautiful. It's just having this.
There you are.
So I'm thinking I could just slide here, so it's underneath.
There you are.
Okay. And nice. Okay, yeah, James. I'm just checking the feed now. Yeah, should 100% swing by next week. And that goes to you, Rushi, as well. Okay, I'm back in DaVinci.
There you are.
Okay. Okay, so she's like she was looking at her mom, maybe? It's more like she would turn the other way, but let's see how aggressive we could go.
There you are.
Just a bit less.
There you are.
Nice. Catches our attention. Okay.
Ah, there you are.
Because there was one piece where she was looking out the window. I'm trying to remember. Whoa, jeez. Now you've done it. So I went Alt F. I didn't double click on this footage here. There you go. Let's see it. So she goes here. So she's looking here. I could also reverse the shot, eh? Okay. Okay. Out is O. J. Okay. And I. So I'm going to reverse the shot. I'm going to go grab my frame only here. Now we're just like, just coming up with whatever technique we could do here. Robert Rodriguez uses this technique like every single time. Reverse the shot. If you don't know what to do, just reverse the shot. So he gets in here. Oh, that's nice. That's not bad, eh? Oh, that's even better. I don't know if I need to reverse the shot. Okay, so I do need to copy my attributes here. Okay. No, it's fine. So this is the different shot now. It's not just because it was hard to, like, we know now they're both looking at this window. So that really helped. Oh, wow. Yes. Now it's just getting out of this. Do I have the third part? So I could cut out of this first. Before she tilts her head. I don't like the tilt. And especially that we saw her before, we don't need to linger on too much. Okay.
It's been 40.
This is shaping up so nice. Because of the feedback I got from people now, it's so valuable. I wouldn't know to hone this in. I'm glad that we see his face now. And it's not her.
Ah, there you are.
Okay, so now it still doesn't solve this problem. So oh, what's this? Oh, she does turn that way. Honored that, eh? Like, I'm gonna use that shot. Still doesn't solve anything. So we have that. Oh, right here. As soon as his hands leave. What if I would reverse that? Out. Oh, in. Out. Okay, let's see if I do that.
Ah, there you are.
Definitely wish I had to turn in the other side.
Ah, there you are. Ah, there you are.
It's like the whole, it's pretty unnecessary. Do like that.
Ah, there you are.
Disable.
Ah, there you are.
No longer in sync
Ah,
here.
there you are. Ah, there you are. Sit down.
Come sit down.
Sit down.
What if I do that? Come sit down. if I just go come sit down. I don't like, oh, there you are. It's like we saw her coming in. So maybe if I go come sit down, it's just a really hard, I like having more of her here. So now I got to figure out how to exit out. I like that.
It's been 40.
Yeah.
Ah, there you are.
Sit down. Come sit down. Okay, let's just really scalpel this. Let's find our. Okay, let's go here. So let's just move everything. Alt Y. Not leaving anything behind. Okay. So.
There you are.
See this here. Come sit down. Come sit down. Okay. So maybe I can get away with that.
Sit down.
Okay, so now come sit down. You can just take it from rebuilding. It's like we already did this. No, it's never done.
Sit down.
So she's already going. Yeah, it would have to be before. Is it over top of mom? That's the thing.
Sit down.
Okay, so maybe a bit more of her.
Down. Sit down. What do you have there?
A bee.
Oh,
Good. Okay, it is a solution. It's not elegant, but it does get us out of there. I'm not sure I love it, but I think with some sounds we could salvage this. And there's also, this has to go, here. This is for him.
sit down. What do you have there?
Better. Somewhat acceptable now. At least I don't lose track of her. It's like we get maybe lost with mom, and then we back to reality, maybe. Whoa. Too much. It's hard sometimes when you have a lot of the timeline, it gets a little hard to pull everything. There you go, snapped. That's why you have your snapping on. Okay.
What do you have there?
Okay, so she says it here. So remember, we have our keyframes. Not talked about that, how important they are. So don't worry, we told them that. Okay, what do we have?
What do you have there? And what do you have there?
So she sits down where? So this. So just,
What do you have there?
oh, she doesn't say it. I put that in there. Okay.
Sit down.
Sit down.
Down. Sit down.
Okay. Now just have to find some room tone.
And what what do you have? Sit down.
Better.
And what do you
At least we don't have
there?
looking out the window.
Abby, did you know that flowers and vegetables cannot exist without our little friend? Let me tell you a little story.
Little gap here. Better. Thank you, Matt Poitra. Such valuable insight. I know I keep saying that, but I would have been tripping over and not, keep mixing sound and thinking my show was solid. And thank you. Love tinkering. Okay. I'm just going to watch it one more time here. Let's watch it a bit bigger. Timeline. Oh. Wait, workspace. Pretty clean. So it is traps the bee. Ox. We could hear some wind here. Maybe. I really like that. I found it.
It's been 4 days.
Maybe I don't need that second shot. Or I could around 4 days. I mean, yeah, it was too close.
Sit down.
It's a tough one.
And what do you have there?
A bee.
A bee.
It's a really tough one. I think there's too much of her in the sense of the same way. So I like this one, and I think this one is unnecessary.
4 days.
Because we did see her already. Yeah, there we go. Wow, much better.
Sit down.
Yeah.
And what do you have?
That extra one, it just didn't make sense. Does it seem redundant?
Mary. It's been 4 days.
So she doesn't, it's not about uncle, right?
Sit down. And what do you have there?
A bee.
A bee. Did you know that flowers and vegetables cannot exist without our little friend? Let me tell you a little story about tomatoes. There was once a gentle, humble gardener who grew the most beautiful, precious tomatoes he could. But
And then performance here. So, Jake, you make such a good point about like really making it succinct. Use every bit of good stuff that we have. Yeah, that's I'm really gonna find through fine cone there. And I'm gonna change back my screen. I'm seeing if I could add a frontal shot of her listening. Like, what happened? Here it is. And I said maybe Clayton. Out. Okay. It's gonna be a hard one.
what had happened was there were tomatoes he could, but what had happened was there was an infestation. So he tried
Okay, so
about tomatoes. There was once a gentle, humble gardener who grew the most beautiful, precious he could. But what had happened was there was an infestation. He tried everything so that that they wouldn't go after his tomatoes. So he tried everything, but nothing worked. So he gave up all hope, and he didn't do anything. But then something miraculous happened.
what happened?
What happened?
Okay, right there. So miraculous happened, and then I'm gonna put in her voice here, not a voice here, shot here that I grabbed. Only the video here.
What happened?
Just
Miraculous happened.
what happened?
What happened?
Well, but then something miraculous happened.
What happened?
Well, what had happened was the insects started
Nice. That's a good. So Matt's suggestion was to add some back to realism.
flowers and vegetables.
Cut back to it.
Exist without
Which
our
makes
little
sense.
friend. Let me tell you a little story.
There's also the watermelon shot. Let's go grab it. It's just this one, Alt F. Matt, who edited the feature film, did not know about Alt F. Alt F is you go find your media in the media pool, and right away you have access to it. You double click on it, and then you have access to the source footage there. So really cool. So all be distilled. Okay, so here there, we're cutting. So, is there any usable shot here? One more bite. Come on, give me one more bite. Good. And just grabbing that. Okay.
But then something miraculous happened.
What happened?
Well, what had happened was
And then cut
the
there.
insects started going after.
That's fine. What happened?
Was
Just trying to cut around the out of focusness.
well, what had happened was the insects started.
No. I didn't need to. So
What happened?
What happened?
Well,
blink after the blink. After the blink from now. Never cut on the blink.
Well,
Never cut on the
what had
blink.
happened was the insects started going.
And then I'll just have his crunching sound. Many of Clayton's that I've acted on Clayton's film, he's always, not always, but a lot of the times he's eating something very, very intensely. Like a bad apple is eating an apple, and Jacob couldn't stop laughing. We did so many takes of it, and there's so many crunching sounds of, and that's what I mean. When Clayton does something, he does it big, and so you got to capture it right away.
There was one.
There's only so many takes he could do of biting the watermelon.
Gardener who grew the most beautiful, precious tomatoes he could.
Can't wait to start shaping this.
What had happened was there was an infestation, so he tried. He tried everything so that that they wouldn't go after his tomatoes. So he tried everything, but nothing worked. So he gave up all hope, and he didn't do. But then something miraculous happened.
What happened?
Well, what had happened was the insects started going after
okay.
him.
I'm gonna watch that one more time here.
All hope. And he didn't do anything. But then something miraculous happened.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, what had happened was the insects started going after and looking for the grass flowers. So they started going after that, and they left his tomatoes alone. So they thrived, and the gardener was very happy because his tomatoes
like breaking
were
it up.
juicy as tomatoes
It reminds
he's
us
never seen.
that we're still in this world.
Takes care of itself.
Oh, I see. I lost that shot. I had it. Although I maybe don't need it. I'm gonna go in rough cut 3. I have a shot of like a few seconds, 1 second even, of me returning around. See right here, the double stack here. Copy, and I go to rough cut 4. And let's see, it's right here. Oh. There we go. So is it maybe this one? And then no, because he would come in. Matt said to play the wonky shot of the 24 mil Jean-Claude. We should try it, eh? That's in our assembly cut. Going back to our first assembly. It's interesting seeing the assembly, eh? Some things did work. I have most of this, eh? I'm looking for, do I have the wonky shot here? What did I have? Oh yeah, I have it here. So I do like that, eh? So, boom. Let's copy that. I do, oh, okay, yeah, I zoomed in on that. Nearing the end, folks. Nearing the end. Last 15. Alt-Y, move everything. Paste. What did I paste here? So, okay, right here. Whoa. Does that help, saying it's Jean-Claude? Maybe. Matt was saying to cut out of this shot. It just, I like that the door opens and we see Ryan. We think that's the person. And he's going around. Maybe it doesn't inform at all, actually. And maybe I should cut to the other shot. What is going on here? I didn't bring my sound effects. How the heck did that not get sent up? What? Fifteen minutes. We don't stop. So saying it, Jean-Claude. See, I could bring in the family earlier. I think in terms of pacing, I think that will have to be. I also have the other shot of Ryan stepping out, which is more straight on. Might be more interesting. It's like, it should be. So I think it should be here, right? If I'm using that.
Takes care of itself.
What is that? Oh, okay, I see. It's not synced up. sync this up now. I think it was. And then if we go to our assembly cut, we could bring in Ryan here. It's all in the assembly cut. It's all in the assembly cut. See, look how great that shot is. Okay. Let's just do copy. Let's do 12:12. The portal's open. 12:12. The portal's open. And let's do this. Let's do this. And Alt-Y, push everything to give some breathing room. Oh, I got that. And I Control-click that. Control-click deselects that only clip, by the way. Okay. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Cut on the action here. I didn't notice that. Let's bring it back in. Oh, what did I do there? Where's my footage? What do I have next? Don't I have the family? Oh, what happened? There was certain shots of the family. I could even tighten that shot up. I should have the family here. I don't know why that's not there. Jeez. Okay, let's back up. Let's do that because I have it here. See, it's right there. So I'm saying, so I went to the family instead, but it's because on the door opening, so I do this. Yeah, and then families watching him open the door. So he goes there. Because how long does it take to go? And he's opening it here. So that should be right there. So that should be Alt-Y. Oh geez. Alt-Y. And then let's see. Nice. Okay, we're winding down. We're winding down. We gotta watch this starting again just to see. You know, it's getting into our characters, right? It's like we really want to make sure we know whose point of view it is. Remember, whose point of view is so important. It doesn't matter what you're making, as long as we know whose point of view. It's much easier to understand the story. We don't need to understand logically. We just need to feel what the other character's feeling, and we can only do that by getting in their point of view.
It's been 4 days.
Go ahead. I really like the looks now.
Sit down.
Hopefully they'll be
And what do
smoothed
you
in.
have there?
A bee.
A bee. Did you know that flowers and vegetables cannot exist without our little friend? Let me tell you a little story about tomatoes. There was once a gentle.
Glad that it pleases the vegans
who
out there.
grew the most beautiful, precious tomatoes he could. But what had happened was there was an infestation. So he tried everything so that that they wouldn't go after his tomatoes. So he tried everything, but nothing worked. So he gave up all hope, and he didn't do anything. But then something miraculous happened.
What happened?
Well, what had happened was
I really like
the
that.
insects
Cuts
started
in
going
between.
after and looking
I didn't
for
have that before.
the grass and
Thank
the
you, Matt. What's what?
wildflowers. So they started going after that, and they left his tomatoes alone.
Makes the
So
tomatoes more
they
special.
thrived, and the gardener was very happy because his tomatoes were the juiciest tomatoes he's ever seen. Avery, life takes care of itself.
Nice. Yeah, it's comical. It adds a, but we know that the character coming in is extreme as well. So that's my rationalization of it. Yeah, I like adding that shot back in. Good. Okay. 554. Oh my God. Bravo. Bravo, everyone. Bravo. Félicitations. You've done it. 40 hours. And I hope you transformed and took a bunch of footage and made it into a film, a cinematic experience. And ideally, we could screen it as well. Whoever has taken this workshop and will have or has, there will be a place on our scriptfest.ca. And for the masterclass, please, we would love to see your work. I would love that you could share it with us based on the 40-hour challenge that you've taken and edited something. We would love to have it on our platform or be able to see what your work of art you've done in the 40 hours, because this is what we've done in 40 hours. We're not done, but the idea was that we get it to a rough cut, a polished rough cut. I knew that we wouldn't do sound and layers and all of this stuff. It needs to color grade. I think that's just another 40 hours or another stage of the post-production where we are finalizing everything. So I want to thank everyone for doing the long haul with us and that you got something out of it. There'll be more resources available through this. This is the process that we're documenting from start to finish, trying to demystify our post-production or any just post-production in general, and that there's a certain workflow and milestones to achieve. I'm just going to say it again. It took me 2 years to get to this point, and it took me 5 days to actually make the rough cut. If I would have even just taken 2 hours out of my time every night, but our brain doesn't work like that. We need to schedule it. I guess you would need to schedule the 2 hours. This is what I'm getting at. Sarah had proven to us that discipline gets you somewhere. For some people, it gets you a 4th degree black belt. Other people will get you a film. Yet it's always the discipline, the mental agility, the ability to sacrifice and see something long-term, not short-term thinking. I tell you, there was many reasons not to do this. There was many reasons that you could have told yourself, convince yourself to not to have to do your work here, not to be with us, or just give up at 20 hours. But you did it. You stuck the way. You will have a certificate of completion, whoever does the 40 hours. So congratulations right there. There's a piece of paper. You've earned the piece of paper, which says that this piece of paper shows that I'm disciplined, that I could not only edit, but I'm a storyteller, and I'm willing to invest the time into the things that I love. And it just takes time. So I can't believe, I don't even know what to say. I'm saying goodbye, but this now, oh, nice. Gagandi posted his film. That's great. There's the first fractal. By the end of this, we have the first fractal. Amazing. Thank you, Gagandeep. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, James. Thank you, Rushi, and everybody else that was on the live stream. Such a pleasure. Not sure how to end this because I don't want. I can't believe that we're not going to be doing this again tomorrow. Build a habit. Does not take long to build a habit. But we have 3 more minutes together. Let's read maybe just a few more quotes from our loved cinematographer, director, writer, editor, Rabbi Bresson. What is for the eye must not duplicate what is for the ear. This is the best one. This one I love so much. I've also say this one often. And don't duplicate what we see and what we hear. You know, it's so television. This is what to me television is. When you see people talking, they talk, and then somebody else talks, and we cut to them talking. And it just becomes talking head. It's like, I don't even need to watch the image because I could get all 100% of the information can be transmitted through through audio, through dialogue, or through hearing. So give me a reason to watch. It has to have, the visuals need to be different. You know what's even the best is when you have something that contradicts the audio, meaning somebody that says, I love you, yet their eyes and their body posture says something completely different. So that duality of, wait, the image says something, but the sound is saying something else. And that contradiction, that duality is where cinema lives. And that's what you could do with sound. You make it contradict itself, make it add a whole new layer of world building to your images. And if you do end up watching some of Rabbi Brasson's, you'll see why he's saying this, because specifically all of his films, but specifically A Man Escaped, which is in the 1930s, 39 maybe. It's about a prisoner that gets caught in World War II, and you're in his cell the entire time. And he builds a whole world of a train station continuously throughout the whole feature. And we never see it. We only hear them. And he escapes by the sound of the train. It's so beautifully done. It's so beautifully done. So that's what that quote's coming from. And that brings us at 6 o'clock, folks. What an amazing journey. Thank you, everyone. Signing off for this time. Woohoo! All right. Ciao.